to foster regional integration in the East African community. The pronouncement by the Cabinet Secretary is a ceremonial event. Accordingly, honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning is scheduled to make a public pronouncement on the budget highlights for the 2023-24 financial year on Thursday, 15th June 2023, in the National Assembly chamber from 3 p.m. Honorable members, the standing orders provide that during the supply and Ways and Means period, priority is to be given to business related to the consideration of the budget estimates, the Finance Bill 2023, the Appropriation Bill 2023, and any other legislation relating to the budget. Such business is typically never interrupted by any other business. It may only be preceded by special motions which have constitutional or statutory timelines. A motion for the approval of the appointment of a person to state office is an example of such special motions. In this regard, honorable members, and for the convenience of the House, I have deferred the appearances by Cabinet Secretaries to respond to questions in plenary that were initially scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, 14th June 2023, during the afternoon sitting. The said Cabinet Secretaries will therefore appear to respond to questions in plenary next week during the afternoon sitting of Wednesday, 21st June 2023, subject to completion of the supply and Ways and Means measures. Honorable members, the House Business Committee has also resolved that consideration of supply measures in the Committee of Supply commences today, 13th June 2023. The consideration of Ways and Means measures include the Finance Bill 2023 at second reading, and subsequent stages commences tomorrow, Wednesday, 14th June 2023, in the morning sitting, subject to the report on the Finance Bill 2023 being tabled in the House of today's sitting. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Members, take your seats. You are too many to take the nearest seats. Take your usual seats. Okay. Yes, okay. Okay. Members, take your seats quickly. I have to be on my feet shortly. I order honorable members, take your seats. Take your seat, Mutunga. McLeod, take the nearest seat. Take the nearest seat, okay. Honorable members, my second short communication is a recognition of a delegation from the County Assembly of Kakamega. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the County Assembly of Kakamega who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises the members of the Delegated County Legislations Committee. They are: 1, Charles E. Nandwa, Honorable Chairperson; Honorable Stephen Muhala, Vice Chair; Honorable Bernard Omboko, Member; Honorable Peter Walunya, Member; Honorable Doris Matere, Member; Honorable Josephat Wakuha, Member; Honorable Helmina Lanziva, Member; Honorable Angela Nelima, Member; and the Honorable Timothy Anzenze, Member. Honorable member, the delegation is accompanied by 7 officers. The delegation is on a visit to the National Assembly to benchmark on the best practices in executing their mandate with their counterpart committees of the House. On your behalf and on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements. I thank you. Yes, Honorable Chepkonga, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in...
They are your guests.
No, yes, true, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of your statement that it is true the members of the County Assembly on Committee on Delegated Legislation were in my committee this morning. And they benefited a lot, Mr. Speaker, because the Minister for, or the CS for Defense was in attendance this morning, and also the CS for Agriculture, the Honorable Nturi, yes, were in the meeting. And I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that they benefited quite a lot, and we exchanged a number of views with them. So they are most welcome to the National Assembly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Thank you, Honorable Chepkonga. Honorable members, the third communication relates to a visiting foreign delegation. It's not in the gallery yet. Let's go to the next order. We'll acknowledge them when they arrive.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, or your nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 13th June 2023. Funding of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, and National Government Affirmative Action Fund, NGA, NGAF, from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements on multinational Lake Victoria Maritime Communication and Transport Project, Kenya Maritime Authority from the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. Kenya Academy of Sports, National Social Security Fund, Sports Kenya, Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Center for Mathematics, Science, Technology, Technology Education in Africa, SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, SASRA, Taita Taveta University, Media Council of Kenya, Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, National Industrial Training Authority, Course Development Authority, Tom Mboya University College, Shanzu Teachers Training College, Mombasa, National Council for Law Reporting, National Center for International Arbitration, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, Coast Water Works Development Agency, Kisii National Polytechnic, Technical University of Mombasa Enterprises Limited, Eldoret National Polytechnic, Tanathi Water Works Development Agency, Rivertex East Africa Limited, Tharaka University College, Kenya Utalii College, Kenya Literature Bureau, and the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to
Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Before I would like to request the Sergeant at Arms if they can turn off the AC. I have very strong sinuses. And it's
turn on or turn off?
Turn off the AC. It's too cold.
I would rather they reduce other than turn off.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on vetting of a nominee for appointment of the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 6th June 2023, and pursuant to Section 7(3)(b) of the National Intelligence Service Act 2022, this House, approves the appointment of Mr. Nordin Mohammed Aji, OGW CBS, as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee of
Order. Are we
sorry.
same?
Sorry?
You have jammed the gun.
I did, yeah. Sorry.
I call you to
Is it the one on Seychelles?
lay some paper. You are supposed to lay a paper. We have not reached that order number 8 yet. Give him the mic.
Well guided. I have so many papers today,
We are still on
Mr.
papers.
Speaker. I beg your pardon. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the defense cooperation between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the Republic of Seychelles, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 13 June 2023. And
Honorable Koech, we are on order number 5, where we are laying papers. Can the clerk assist you? You will give notice under order 6, the next order. Give the member the mic. Are your papers in order now?
yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
most part of this afternoon indeed will be Defense Committee. But I beg your pardon once more. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 13 June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles.
Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Where is the chair? I was made to understand they are not done yet.
Yes.
So he will lay the paper as soon as he walks into the House with
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chair, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Nelson Koech, now you can give your notice of motion.
Oh, which one? Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 13 June 2023, pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subarticle 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement by the Honorable Owen Bayer, CBS, MP Kilifi North.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a request for statement regarding the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Italian Republic on the Luigi Broglio Malindi Space Center in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Committee on Implementation regarding implementation of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Italian Republic on the Luigi Broglio Malindi Space Center. Honorable Speaker, the Luigi Broglio Marine Space Center was established close to 60 years ago through a public-private partnership between the Aerospace Research Center at the Sapienza University of Rome, the National Aeronautic and Space Administration, NASA, in the United States, and the government of Kenya. The center has been used for several launch activities into space, cementing the country's contribution to the space sector. However, while the presence of such facility is intended to bring positive change, not only to the country, but more specifically to the surrounding community, it is regrettably that the contrary is true. Over time, the government of Kenya and Italy have made agreements in respect of the center. On 2nd February 2019, the then Cabinet Secretary for Defense, Rachel Omamo, IGIE, signed an agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of Italian Republic on the Luigi Broglio Marine Space Center, Kenya. Under this agreement, which was ratified by the National Assembly on 15th October 2020, the Italian Republic agreed to implement certain undertakings which are yet to take effect. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Implementation on the following. 1. What is the status of the previous House resolution on the Luigi Broglio Marine Space Center? What is the state of the agreement on enhancement of the capacity of the Kenyan public institutions for higher learning in training, space, science, and technology? Could the chairperson also explain the current state of the training of Kenyan nationals on aerospace, science, technology, courses, and scholarships in other disciplines as per the agreement? What development support programs has the Italian government undertaken for the people of Mbunge-Inî area in Kilifi County as was agreed? What is the state of the negotiations through respective implementing agencies or ministries in order to give support to the Kenyan Space Agency on access to Earth observation and space science data, education and training, telemedicine, and establishment of a regional center for Earth sciences? And lastly, Honorable Speaker, how many professional staff have been seconded to the facility by the Kenyan government? How many non-professional staff have been recruited? And further, has a Kenyan been appointed as the Deputy CEO by the government of Kenya as per Article 6 of the agreement? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is the chairman of implementation in the House? Any member? Bring the response in 2 weeks. Next order.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I earlier on communicated the presence of members of the County Assembly of Kakamega, whom you acknowledged with your foot thumping, and Honorable Chepkonga welcomed them. I'm told they were in fact not in the gallery at all at the time. They have just arrived. And the delegation from our friendly country, Zambia, was in the gallery but sitting in the wrong place. So allow me to revisit the same. The delegation from Kakamega, which I already mentioned, I don't need to recite what they're here for, are as follows. When you are mentioned, you may stand up individually to be acknowledged. Honorable Charles Nandwa, Chairperson. Honorable Stephen Muhala, Vice Chair. Honorable Bernard Omboko, Member. Honorable Peter Walunya, Member. Honorable Doris Matere, Member. Honorable Josephat Wakuha, Member. Honorable Helmina Lanziva, Member. Honorable Angela Nelima, Member. And the Honorable Timothy Anzenze, Member. We have already acknowledged you and welcomed you, and the Honorable Chepkonga has also done so, confirming that you appeared before his committee where there were 2 cabinet secretaries. You are welcome to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, I also wish to introduce to you a delegation from the Parliament of Zambia, who are seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises members of the Public Accounts Committee in the Parliament of Zambia. They are 1, Honorable Warren C. Mwambazi, lead of the delegation. 2, Honorable Jacqueline Sabao, member. 3, Honorable Imanga Wamunyima, member. 4, Honorable Likandro Mufalali, member. 5, Honorable Victor Lumai, member. 6, Honorable Kalalwe Mukosa, member. 7, Honorable Nicholas Mukumbi, member. And 8, Honorable Jonathan Daka, member. The delegation is accompanied by 6 staff from the National Assembly, the Minister of Finance and the National Planning, and the Office of the Auditor General of Zambia. Honorable members, the delegation is on a visit to benchmark on the best practices and share experiences with their counterpart committees of the House dealing with financial, audit, and money-related matters. On my behalf and on your behalf and the National Assembly as a whole, I welcome them to the Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during the stay. Thank you. Honorable members, we are going to orders number 8 and 9. The House Business Committee directed this afternoon that these 2 orders will take 1 hour. Order number 8, 30 minutes. Order number 9, 30 minutes, so that we can go to the Committee of Supply. Before we invite the mover at order number 8, the Honorable Junet has approached the chair saying he has a point of order. Can you go ahead and prosecute it? Give Honorable Junet the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to seek your indulgence on a matter that Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your indulgence on a matter that Parliament has raised publicly for public participation. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 bills that have been advertised for public participation, and one of the bills is the privatization bill. But when the matter came to the House, the bill was referred to the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee have published it for public participation. But Mr. Speaker, under the new standing orders now, this Parliament now, there was a committee that has been created that's called Public Debt and Privatization, who are also seized of the matter of privatization. So, Mr. Speaker, I was seeking your indulgence that if the 2 committees can do jointly the scrutiny of the bill and the interaction with the public participation, so that they can come up with a report that is jointly done so that it can benefit, because they also oversight privatization, the other committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I was seeking your indulgence that the committee has requested, as the whip might, to address to you that if they can be allowed to do a joint participation, so that they can have a joint report, and then both committees can benefit from the report of the public participation, so that later when the bill is assented to, it doesn't get into problem with the other committee that supposed to use it for oversighting purposes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Junet, I'll direct the clerk to bring the two bills to me. I'll have to look at them with the attendant standing orders, and I'll give you direction on Thursday afternoon. Honorable Koech, you have 30 minutes to prosecute this motion. I would encourage you that even as you are entitled to close to 15 minutes in moving, take much less time so that one or two members can be allowed to contribute.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, in its report on the vetting of the nominee for the appointment of the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6th June 2023, and pursuant to Section 7(3)(b) of the National Intelligence Service Act 2012, this House approves the nomination, the appointment of Mr. Nordin Haji, OGW, CBS, as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations is one of the 15 departmental committees of the National Assembly established under Standing Order 216, whose mandate, pursuant to the Standing Order 216(5), includes, among others, to vet and report on all appointments where the Constitution or any other law requires National Assembly approve, except those under Standing Order 204, Committee on Appointments. Honorable Speaker, the subjects of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations are stated in the second schedule of the National Assembly standing orders, and they include defense, intelligence, foreign relations, diplomatic and consular services, international boundaries, including territorial waters, international relations, and veteran affairs. Honorable Speaker, the report before the House details the proceedings during the approval hearing of Mr. Nordin Mohammed Haji, a nominee for appointment as Director General of the National Intelligence Service. Honorable Speaker, through a letter dated 18th of May 2023, His Excellency the President notified the National Assembly of the nomination of Mr. Nordin Haji as Director General of the National Intelligence Service. Then your office, through communication made on Friday, 19th May 2023, conveyed to the members of the National Assembly the message from His Excellency the President. You subsequently referred the nominee's CV and testimonials to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations for approval hearings. While referring the matter to the committee, Mr. Speaker, you directed that the committee undertakes the vetting exercise in accordance with Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act number 33 of 2011. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with Article 118 of the Constitution and Section 6(4) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act number 33 of 2011,
Order, members, the consultations
the
are too loud.
clerk of the National...
Honorable Didymus, take your seat. The consultations are too loud.
The clerk of the National Assembly... Shall I proceed?
Yes. Continue.
The clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement on the print media on Saturday, 20th May 2023, informing the public of the nomination, date, time, and place of the approval hearing. He also invited the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oath, affidavits, and suitability of the nominee in conformity with Section 6, subsection 9 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Act number 33 of 2011. The memoranda were received on or before Monday, 29th May 2023 at 5 p.m. Honorable Speaker, the committee received 26 memoranda on the nominee, 4 against and 22 in favor of the nominee's suitability. Further, the clerk of the National Assembly wrote to the Kenya Revenue Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, DCI, Higher Education Loans Board, and Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, seeking references and background checks relating to the suitability of the nominee, and all responded in the affirmative. Honorable Speaker, the nominee appeared before the committee on Tuesday, 30th May 2023 at 2:30 p.m. for an approval hearing. The committee examined its suitability based on the criteria set out on Section 7 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act number 33 of 2011. The committee examined his academic credentials, relevant experience, knowledge of sector issues, and leadership and integrity. The committee paid due regard to the procedure used to arrive at the nominee. Any constitutional or statutory requirements relating to the Office of Director General of the National Intelligence Service and suitability of the nominee for the appointment proposed, having regard to whether the nominee's abilities, experience, and qualities met the needs of the agency. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted the approval hearing of the nominee and observed as follows. Number one, that the procedure used to arrive at the nominee accords with Section 7, subsection 2 of the National Intelligence Service Act, number 28 of 2012, which provides that the President shall nominate a person for appointment as the Director General and submit the name of the nominee to the National Assembly. Indeed, His Excellency the President on Thursday, 18th May 2023, communicated the name of the nominee for appointment to the position of Director General of the National Intelligence Service to the Speaker for approval by the National Assembly. Number two, Honorable Speaker, that the nominee meets the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity having been cleared from the following statutory bodies, that is the EACC, Kenya Revenue Authority, DCI, Office of Registrar of Political Parties, and the Higher Education Loans Board. Number three, that in accordance with Article 78, 1 and 2 of the Constitution and Section 8, subsection 1A of the National Intelligence Act 2012, the nominee is eligible for appointment as a state officer since he is a Kenyan citizen and does not hold a dual citizenship. Number four, that the nominee complies with Section 8, 1B of the National Intelligence Service Act 2012, which requires that the DG, that is the Director General, holds a degree from a recognized university in Kenya, and indeed, the nominee holds a master's degree in national security policy, with merit from the Australian National University, which he acquired in 2014, a master in law, LLM, from the University of Wales, Cardiff, which he acquired in 1997, and a Bachelor of Law, LLB, from the University of Wales, which he acquired in 1996. Honorable Speaker, in terms of academic credential, Nordin Haji, you can say, is extremely knowledgeable and well-read in many fields, particularly with a bias in law. Number five, Honorable Speaker, that the nominee has held the following positions. Number Director of Public Prosecutions, which he held from March 2018 to date. Deputy Director of Counter-Organized Crime in the National Intelligence Service, which he held from June 2016 to 2017. He was the Deputy Director of Administration Internal Division of the National Intelligence Service from January 2015 to June 2016. He was the head of Somali stabilization at the National Intelligence Service from 2010 to 2013. He was the head of countering violent extremism at the National Intelligence Service from 2009 to 2010. He was the head of legal department at the National Intelligence Service from 2005 to 2009. He was the deputy head of legal department of the National Intelligence Service 2000 to 2005. State Counsel with the Attorney General's Office from January to December of the year 2000. Honorable Speaker, if you look at his CV and from the unofficial records, if you talk to the people who work with the National Intelligence Service, they find Mr. Nordin Haji as almost a natural fit. Number one, because he has worked there before with the National Intelligence Service. And number two, many a times they have had a Director General being moved from either the police or the other security agencies, and for the first time, they are having one of their own as the Director of the National Intelligence Service. Noordin Haji is going back here, not as if this House finds favor and approves him, not as a stranger, but as someone who has risen through the ranks in the National Intelligence Service from a very, I will call, relatively junior office to a very senior office by the time he left to go to be the Director of Public Prosecution. It is notable to note that some of the questions that honorable members of my committee did ask Mr. Noordin Haji, I'll move very quickly. One of them is that if all this favor that he finds is because he's the son of former Senator Yusuf Haji, and he was extremely proud to say that, which is something honorable colleagues should actually take up, that he's very proud son of the former public service officer and the late Senator Yusuf Haji, because it is his father who's instilled discipline in him, and it is something we should probably borrow. That today, Honorable Speaker, we would like to have your son one day being the Speaker of this National Assembly, because you are one of the greatest speakers when you leave office that will have served in this 13th Parliament. It is the same thing that honorable colleagues here, that today or tomorrow, the son or the daughter of my friend Junaid Mohammed can come to this house as a member of Parliament because of the good deeds that we do in society. So indeed, it is because of that fact and the discipline that he got from his father that he has found favor in his, some of the offices that he's worked in. But that notwithstanding the fact that he's equally a very hard-working person, an extremely humble fellow. Honorable Speaker, that the nominee has never been charged in any court of law in the past 3 years, and a requirement and schedule of the Public Appointments Act. I have a long story about Mr. Haji, but because of time, I will go straight to my last point, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that the National Assembly approves the nomination of Mr. Noordin Haji for appointment as Director General of the National Intelligence Service. I beg to move and urge my deputy to second.
Who is your deputy? Honorable Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to second the motion that this House approves the appointment of Mr. Noordin Mohammed Haji as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. Honorable Speaker, as has been said by my chairman, the committee paid due regard to the procedures used to arrive at the nominee, having met all the constitutional and statutory requirements relating to the Office of the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, and suitability of the nominee for the appointment proposed, having regard to whether the nominee's abilities, experience, and qualities meet the needs of the agency. Honorable Speaker, upon conclusion of the approval hearings, we scrutinized the personal, academic, and career background of the nominee, and we are fully convinced that he fits the role of the Director General of National Intelligence Service. Indeed, we established that the nominee, Mr. Noordin Mohammed Haji, meets the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on Leadership and Integrity, having been cleared from the following statutory bodies: the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Kenya Revenue Authority, the Director of Criminal Investigations, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and the Higher Education Loan Board, and all of them gave a clean bill of health. 2, the nominee complies with the Section 81B of the National Intelligence Service Act, whereby he meets all the requirements pertaining to the appointment of the Office of the Director General. That the nominee has held the following positions and in total has had a career spanning over 18 years in the public service, most of it having been performed at the National Intelligence Service at senior levels. Honorable Speaker, the nominee has not been charged in any court of law, and therefore this also informed us on his suitability. The nominee does not hold any office in a political party, and that also is a requirement of the schedule to the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act. Honorable Speaker, during the approval hearing, the nominee demonstrated knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical issues touching on the government and has thus the requisite abilities, qualifications, and experience to serve the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. During the approval hearings, we received 26 memorandums. Out of this, 4 were against and 22 were in favor of the nominees. Those that were against also, we scrutinized and looked at their background, whether they could sway the government, the committee's decision. But all those memos did not stand on legal grounds, and therefore we could not consider them. Honorable Speaker, with that, and having considered the credential of the nominee, we wish to assure this House and the country at large that the right man for the job for this particular new appointment is Nurdin Mohammed Haji, and he fits the bill. As has been said before, Nurdin Haji comes from a career family. His late father was a career civil servant. His mother is also a career civil servant, and therefore has had long piece of career in the public service. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge this House to consider the nominee and approve his nomination so that he serves in this position as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I second the motion and urge the House to adopt this report. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, a question cannot be put before it is proposed. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6th June 2023, and pursuant to Section 7(3)(b) of the National Intelligence Service Act 2012, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Nurdin Mohammed Haji, OGW CBS, as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. I have at least 2 people who have walked to me and requested to be given an opportunity. I will oblige them. The first one is the Honorable Junet Mohammed, and each one of you has 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Give Junet Mohammed the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the approval and this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank also the Departmental Committee for Foreign Affairs and International Relations for the good work and the research they have done, Mr. Speaker, and presented to this House. And I can see that the officer that has been nominated for this job is a distinguished officer, Mr. Speaker, who has served in the service very well, who has an exemplary career, Mr. Speaker, in the service. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's one appointment that is going to move this country forward, Mr. Speaker, and this should be an example of all appointments that will be brought to this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an important institution in our country, Mr. Speaker. This is an institution that is going to protect and provide the safety of the citizens of this country, Mr. Speaker, and for that reason, is an institution that must be headed and guided by somebody who has the capacity, the knowledge, and the temerity to do the kind of work that is related to that institution, Mr. Speaker, and no one fits, and the skills required to do this work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to put forward that on record that this is the person who will make sure that this country is safe and secure. And I have no doubt, in accordance with the report that has been brought by the committee, that he's a man who has the capacity and the capability, and I urge the House to approve him, Mr. Speaker, so that he can go and do his work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I also rise to support the nomination and approval of the former DPP, or immediate former DPP, Nurdin Haji. Honorable Speaker, as has been said in the report, this is a gentleman who the people of Kenya know very well, one who has served the office that he has served in as DPP with unmatched integrity, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, he is getting into an office that is extremely sensitive. The office of the Director General of NIS is a repository of our national security. Honorable Speaker, I am certain that the committee during vetting did engage with him in depth. And definitely knowing that matters security are not matters to delve into in depth. But we must tell Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Nurdin, that before we have seen incidences like those of Shakahola, incidences of rampant attacks by terrorists in Lamu, in northern Kenya, and I am glad Nurdin is from northern Kenya, and therefore he has a responsibility as he safeguards the lives and property of Kenyans, first to safeguard the lives and properties of people in northern Kenya and along the coastal belt bordering the border with Somalia. Honorable Speaker, we are all in the East African region, Greater East African region, in very unsafe regions in terms of security. And therefore, the Director General of NIS will be critical in ensuring not just the safety of our country, but also guaranteeing the safety of our neighbors and ensuring that insecurity coming from our neighbors, from the war in Sudan, the war in Congo, the ongoing war in Somalia, does not in any way infringe on the safety and security of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I also hope and I pray, and I know that Nurdin Haji is a dedicated public servant who will never allow state capture to take over his office as Director General of NIS. That NIS will never be used like it was used before to settle political scores. That the Honorable Junet Mohammed will feel safe, just as I will feel safe with Nurdin Haji holding the office of Director General NIS. And I want to pray and wish him well, and pray that the House will this afternoon approve Nurdin Haji as our next Director of NIS. Wishing him well and hoping that he will act to ensure that he ignites intelligence services right at the sublocation level, that never again will Kenyans experience the Shakahola kind of tragedy that we have experienced, where over a period of more than 10 years, Kenyans have been killed and their bodies buried in a forest in Malindi, in Shakahola. And Honorable Speaker, you must ask yourself, there are chiefs, there are intelligence officers in Malindi, in Kilifi, in Shakahola. Honorable Speaker, you remember in the last 5 years, it was said hundreds of people disappeared, and forced disappearances and extrajudicial killings. And Honorable Speaker, we have asked elsewhere, is it possible that those who are subjected to extrajudicial killings under the last regime are part of those who are buried in Shakahola? And I want to ask Nurdin Haji to ensure that he goes to the depth of the extrajudicial killings under the former regime and under DCI Kinoti, and check whether there is any correlation between Shakahola, the massacre and burying of bodies in Shakahola, and the extrajudicial killings that were perpetuated in the last 5 years, Honorable Speaker. And with those, I beg to strongly support this great son of Garissa County, a great son of Kenya, whose family also, Mr. Speaker, has served this country. His father, not just as senator, but also as an experienced administrator and security man in the past. And I do hope that the DPP Nurdin Haji will follow in the footsteps of his late father and the footsteps of other intelligence chiefs who have secured our country, and I wish him all the best. I beg to support.
Honorable Zamzam, Mombasa.
Asante sana Bwana Spika, na mimi pia niweze kupigia pono mjadala huu wa leo ama uamuzi utakaotoka hapa leo kuhusu ndugu yetu Nurdin Haji. Nurdin Haji nimemjua toka nikiwa msichana mdogo, wakati walikuwa wanakaa Kakamega na babake akiwa PC. Hata babangu alipofariki, babake ndo alonilipia mimi school fees nikamaliza high school. Na Nurdin Haji toka akiwa kijana mdogo alikuwa ni mtu mtanashati, ni mtu mchapakazi. Na hata alipohudumu katika ofisi ya NIS kama naibu, alifanya kazi safi sana. Ni mtu ambaye ni msomi. Kama tunatafuta wasomi, Nurdin Haji ni mtu msomi na ni mtu ambaye ana bidii. Kwa hiyo kama mama Mombasa County, na kazi ambayo niliona amefanya katika ofisi ya NIS na hapa ambapo alihudumu mwisho, mimi kama mama Mombasa County namtakia kila la kheri katika kiti hichi, na naomba wabunge wa bunge hili sote tumpe support aweze kuhudumia wa Kenya. Asante sana Bwana Speaker.
Honorable members, I have order. I have 5 minutes. Honorable member standing in the walkway, take your seat. I have 5 minutes to go. I have so many requests. I'll give Kainan 1 minute. Hold on, Kainan. Hold on. Kainan, I'm saying hold on. I'll give you 1 minute. I'll give the member Farah 1 minute. Otienda Molo 1 minute. And KJ 1 minute. That will be 1 minute left for the mover to reply. So go on in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, let me say I support this report. Mr. Speaker, I was the chairman of this committee between 2007 and 2013 at a very difficult time during the Grand Coalition government. I have interacted with Nurdin as an advocate, as an intelligence officer, and currently as the DPP, and now being confirmed today, inshallah, as the next DG. Mr. Speaker, in all this, what is coming out is Nurdin is a quintessential, pragmatic intelligence officer, Mr. Speaker, and I have no doubt in my mind that he's going to contribute to the further transformation of our intelligence community.
Thank you.
I support this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Farah Maalim, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice in support of this motion. I have known personally Nurdin from the time he was very young, and I am convinced any country, for a country to prosper and for a country to have a proper security machinery, we must have an intelligence service that is perfect in every sense of the word. We cannot eliminate the scourge of Al-Shabaab and the kind of insecurities we have in this country unless we have somebody whom we have all a lot of trust in. And I'm sure Nurdin is that very person.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Otieno Amolo.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion based on the law. Mr. Speaker, I have looked carefully at Section 6 and 7 of the Act and Articles 238 and 239 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, what is required of an holder of this office is in terms of learning, experience, and trust. It is not the same requirement as the office of the DPP, for which even those who opposed his appointment had raised issues of independence and impartiality. In fact, I think that we must thank Mr. Haji, because anyone who may have had an issue, and it is in court, so I will not comment on it, then has an opportunity now to debate a new DPP, because he has left 4 years earlier. But on this, it's not an independent office that requires all those other things. It only requires gaining the trust of Kenyans, gaining the trust of this nation.
Thank you. I will indulge the member for Ijara. Oh, Goja, I had mentioned KJ. Yes, KJ, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the report that has been presented by the Chairman of Defense. And Mr. Speaker, by passing the appointment of Noordin Haji, we shall actually be doing what this country needs to be doing. We shall be rewarding merit, Mr. Speaker. But that is not why I rise, Mr. Speaker. I rise to say that the task that is on the hands of Mr. Noordin Haji is greater than what we even imagine. In a new world, Mr. Speaker, intelligence will require that we apply new technologies, we apply new and emerging trends in intelligence gathering, Mr. Speaker. So it is to tell Mr. Haji as he takes office that he needs to look into the new space of artificial intelligence, of robotics, of emerging technologies, so that he can up the game of intelligence in this country, and we can end up being a pilot and a case study.
Time up. Member for Ijara, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this time. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this time. On behalf of Ijara people, I am grateful and indeed honored to thank His Excellency the President for appointing us one of our son to head the security docket. The people of Ijara are proud to have one of their sons to be nominated for the said position.
Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, Noordin Haji is a competent man with integrity whose capacity is never in doubt. And when he's worked at the DPP and the Deputy Director of Counterintelligence, he received integrity awards and gained confidence and trust of Kenyans. I welcome his appointment, and I urge and request colleagues across the political divide to consider his approval, and we say thank you very much.
Lastly, the minority leader. The minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me add my voice to this motion.
Yes, Wanjala, what is out of order? And it better be a point of order. Yes, sir. Give him a microphone. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order, Mr. Speaker, many of us, members of Parliament and of this House who represents Kenyans, we have a lot of interest in this debate of the promotion of this.
What is out of order, Wanjala?
What is out of order, Mr. Speaker, is that you have severally picked on Somalis and you have excluded us, and you want to finish the Nini.
Order, Wanjala. Order. Order, Wanjala. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Wanjala. Order. Order, members. Order. Honorable Wanjala, there are no Somalis in this house. We only have members of parliament. And you are totally out of order in trying to profile your colleagues in a tribal manner. In fact, if you are talking of ethnicity, the member for Gunja that I've given this floor does not fall in your profile. Wandai, proceed.
Nothing. I apologize, nothing.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me be very brief and to add my voice to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to say from the outset that I have no objection to this appointment. And I would just really want to urge the incoming DG of NIS to live true to the oath of office that he will be taking, and to ensure that indeed he gives priority to the security of the nation. Mr. Speaker, we have had in the past serious incidents of terrorism in this country. And I must commend the outgoing DG, Mr. Kamweru, that under very, very difficult circumstances, he was at least able to rein in rampant terrorism or terrorist acts within our country, Mr. Speaker, or within our
Give the leader of minority an extra minute.
I was saying that Mr. Kameru was able to rein in terrorism within the borders of the Republic. And I suppose that Mr. Haji will be able to do the same and, in fact, do better. Mr. Speaker, this House appropriates colossal sums of money. This House appropriates a lot of money year in, year out to the NIS. And that money is appropriated for the sole purpose of capacitating the institution for it to be able to execute its mandate without any hindrance. Mr. Speaker, therefore, as we conclude this debate, I suppose that this country will be safer under the new leadership of the NIS. Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable members, the chair of KEWOPA is protesting that too few ladies have spoken on this. I'll give to Mishimbogo 1 minute. Mishimbogo.
Asante sana. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi naunga mkono kuteuliwa kwa Nurdin Haji katika kitengo cha huduma ya ujasusi wa kitaifa. Na namunga mkono kwa sababu tajriba ya kielimu amefuzu, na pia uzoefu na uweledi wa mambo ya usalama na ujasusi ameweza kufuzu, na amefanya kazi katika vitengo tofauti tofauti. Tunajua yeye atatuwezesha haswa pia kupunguza misimamo mikali ile tunasema extremism, mambo yale tunazungumzia ya Al-Shabaab. Tunajua yeye katika mambo ya ujasusi ameweza kufuzu, na pia hana dosari katika mambo ya uongozi na uadilifu. Vile vile pia hajawahi kuhukumiwa katika shutuma yoyote ya kijinai ama pia katika mambo ya uhalifu. Tunajua anaweza na ana tajriba ya kuweza kuongoza taifa la Kenya katika mambo ya usalama na ujasusi, kutupatia.
Your time is up. Now move to reply.
How many minutes, Honorable
1.
Speaker? Honorable Speaker, from honorable colleagues, there is a lot of attention, and for the first time, almost 100% consensus on the person of Nurdin Haji. I want to appreciate my members, honorable colleagues, for such a good job. I want to also, at the same breath, thank the former DG, the exiting one, Kameru, Major General, for a good job that he did when he took the helm of NIS. With Nurdin coming in, I just want to wish him all the best, and I beg to reply.
Thank you, honorable members. Sorry for those who wanted to speak but didn't speak. I know that many of you wanted to speak to this. When you go to the Committee of Supply, there is an item on NIS. You can edge in on that and speak to what you wanted to say. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as Director General of the National Intelligence Service, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6 June 2023, and pursuant to Section 7(3)(b) of the National Intelligence Service Act 2012, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Nurdin Mohammed Haji, OGW CBS, as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it.
Order number 9, special motion.
Hold on. Honorable members, Wanjala is in his absolute right to shout himself hoarse. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the public and speakers' galleries the following institutions visiting Parliament: Makueni boys from Makueni, constituency Makueni; Oshol Academy from Nyali, Mombasa; Katangi Secondary from Yata, Machakos; Migaa Primary from Kipipiri, Nyandarua; Ithanga Secondary from Mosop, Nandi. On your behalf and on behalf of the House of Parliament and myself, we welcome the schools to the House this afternoon. Next order.
Order number 9, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as members of the Judicial Service Commission.
Honorable members, the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. This motion will also be debated for 30 minutes as directed by House Business Committee. Chairperson. Yes. You are the vice chair? The member for Kirinyaga?
Nominee. Honorable Speaker, I could see you were looking for Murugara, or the vice chair.
For Murugara, yes.
I am the acting chair.
You are the invitation of Murugara. Go on.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as members of the Judicial Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 8th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 171(2)(h) of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as members of the Judicial Service Commission: Ms. Caroline Zilani Kingoku Ajuoga and Honorable Isaac Ruto Kiprono Ruto, EGH. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the reports of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the approval hearing of Ms. Caroline Zilani and Honorable Isaac Kiprono Ruto, nominees for appointment as members of the Judicial Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, and that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as members of the Judicial Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 8th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 171(2)(h) of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as members of the Judicial Service Commission: Ms. Caroline Zilani and Honorable Isaac Kiprono Ruto. Honorable Speaker, the report contains proceedings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs during the approval hearing of Ms. Caroline Zilani and Honorable Isaac Kiprono Ruto, as forwarded by His Excellency the President and communicated to the House by the Speaker on Wednesday, 3rd May 2023. Honorable Speaker, in considering the nominees' appointments, the committee paid due regard to the procedure used to arrive at the nominees, the constitutional and/or statutory requirements relating to the office in question, and the suitability of the nominees for appointment proposed, having regard to whether the nominees' abilities, experience, and qualities meet the needs of the said offices. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that in accordance with the relevant laws, the Judicial Service Commission notified His Excellency the President of the two vacancies in the membership of the Commission by letters reference number JSC 8 dated 8th November 2023 and reference number JSC 8 dated 3rd March 2023. Honorable Speaker, the committee was guided by the constitutional and statutory requirements such as the national values and principles of governance, conduct of state officers, specific qualifications for appointment as members of the Judicial Service Commission and leadership and integrity prerequisites. Honorable Speaker, the suitability of the nominees was assessed after scrutiny of their background, academic credentials, and professional qualifications, work, and professional experience, personal integrity, as well as their performance during the approval hearing conducted by the committee on Thursday, 25th of April, 2023, upon which the committee observed that the procedure used to arrive at the nominees was lawful and in compliance with Article 171(2)(h) of the Constitution of Kenya. The nominees met the constitutional and statutory requirements prescribed by the law. Ms. Caroline Kingoku, being a human resource management expert with a vast experience in dealing with the conditions of service, disciplinary process, and the training and development of employees, and Honorable Isaac Kiprono Ruto, IGIE, having been a public servant and an active participant in public life, possesses the relevant experience for the position of members of the JSC representing the public. Mr. Speaker, the nominees also exhibited an understanding of the current issues affecting the judiciary in the dispensation of justice from the perspective of the common mwananchi. Honorable Speaker, it is for this reason that on behalf of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, that I move this motion on the consideration of the nominees for appointment as members of the Judicial Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, I beg and move to request Honorable Wakili Edward Moreu of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs to second this motion. Thank you.
Wakili Moreu, second in 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to second this motion of the appointment of the proposed nominees in the Judicial Service Commission, namely Caroline Nzelani Kingoku Ajuoga and Honorable Isaac Kiprono Ruto. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a member of this committee, we took time to ensure that, number one, we remain very focused in terms of the provisions of the law, in particular on Article 171, 2H of the Constitution, and also Section 88, subsection 1 of the Public Appointments of the Parliamentary Approvals Act 2011. Mr. Speaker, sir, in view to the extremely demanding role these two members, we had to ensure that, number one, Mr. Speaker, sir, they are academically qualified. And starting with Caroline Nzelani Kingoku Ajuoga, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's good to mention that Caroline is the head of human resource in NCBA Bank, which employs over 4,000 members of staff. Mr. Speaker, sir, Judicial Service Commission is a service industry, and their strength is the quality of the members of staff in terms of motivation to ensure they are serving Kenyans the way it's supposed to be. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to say, Madam Caroline Nzelani Kingoku Ajuoga will bring a lot of experience to the Judicial Service Commission in terms of managing their HRs, make sure that the staff are motivated, making sure that the issues about missing files are over, making sure that the corruption is addressed properly, and therefore we expect a well-motivated judiciary. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, Isaac Kiprono Ruto comes in as a servant of the people. He's a well-known member, or he has served as member of parliament for many years. He has also served as a governor of Kericho for one term. My apologies, Mr. Speaker, sir. He has served as a governor of Obet for 5 years. He's a renowned stickler to the law. He was part of the process in terms of Constitutional Amendment 2010. And there, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to second this motion and say this, that the
members proposed herein are fit and proper to serve Judicial Service Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as members of the Judicial Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 8 June 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Article 171(2)(h) of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as members of the Judicial Service Commission, JSC. 1. Ms. Caroline Nzilani Kingoku Ajuoga. 2. Honorable Isaac Kiprono Ruto, EGH. Member for Chebalungu.
Of course. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And as I stand to support this motion, I want to categorically thank the members of JLAC for a proper consideration of the two nominees.
Doubt, you have 2 minutes each.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today to support the proposal for the approval of the two nominees, and specifically, I would want to mention about Honorable Isaac Ruto, who is my immediate party leader, and for that fact, he is now resigned as the party leader, and probably members of this House beginning today, as I am the senior-most politician in the party, I am going to be one of the party leaders, and I would really wish that I be recognized so by my colleague members of parliament. You remember Isaac Ruto as one of the greatest persons. In fact, in my constituency, you cannot mention a paragraph without touching the name of Isaac Ruto. He has done a lot in regards to school, in regards to education in my constituency. While he was the chairman of the Governors of Council, the first chairman in that matter, he is the only person who can be remembered as having done what was required of him. I know the independence that is required by the judiciary, and I know him as a person who is so independent in his mind. I have no doubt that he's going to give the best service. For this, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to urge my colleagues that we all stand up and support these great persons as they go to serve our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jared Okello.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I welcome the decision to have Ajuoga appearing in the list. But the name Ruto is becoming too much into this country, very synonymous with the prevailing appointments, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, in line with our constitutional dictates, we have to rethink this idea of Kenyanness in appointive positions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, JSC is a very important component in dispensation of justice into this country. Judges get appointed through JSC, magistrates get appointed through JSC, and when a government turns rogue, and there is nothing stopping this from becoming so, it is only the courts of law that can apply brakes to a rogue government, Honorable Speaker. I am very afraid, and this is an emerging trend within this House, that debate is curtailed by people who constantly say, put the question. Honorable Speaker, what happened to the debates within this House, Honorable Speaker? And that is why people residing in State House have the temerity to tell us how to vote a particular way on bills coming to this House, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I challenge this House to step back, reflect, and retool as they discharge their mandate given to them by the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. I support the appointment of Ajuoga in this respect, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you. And not Ruto.
The Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to support the appointment of Honorable Isaac Kibrono Ruto as a member to the parliamentary, to the Judicial Service Commission, having served as a distinguished governor for Bomet, having been a minister in the past, and having been a member of this House. Honorable Isaac Ruto is a distinguished member, and we know that he will be able to serve the Judicial Service Commission with distinction and with honor. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Yes, okay. You've just spoken. What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, with due respect, I withdraw any inference on the person of Kiprono Isaac Ruto, Honorable Speaker. As a member of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, he was part of us in this House before he moved to become a governor and ultimately getting this appointive position
So
at the JSC, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I support his appointment as a former colleague. I support his appointment as somebody who has what it takes to become a member of Judicial Service Commission. And therefore, I withdraw the inference that I did make a while back. And I thank you for the opportunity.
It is only men of great honor who can own up to their mistakes. Thank you. Ruku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the appointment of the two very distinguished Kenyans. His Excellency Ruto, the former governor of Bomet, what's the name of that? And the second appointee. Mr. Speaker, you realize the appointment which are forwarded to this House by the President are to the point. And we thank His Excellency for giving this nation proper people who can be able to serve this nation with integrity and commitment and diligence. Mr. Speaker, you will realize that this commission is very important in terms of promoting the recommendation of judges, the review of the service conditions of the judicial officers, as well as staffing the judiciary. We need a very competent judiciary for the purposes of administration of justice in our country. I support the both appointment of Isaac Ruto as well as Carol Ojuaga, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a lady. I'm looking for a lady. The Honorable... No. So that the lady from Kajiado doesn't protest. I was looking for a lady. I don't see any. I'll give the floor to David Bowen, Marakwet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the two commissioners, Honorable Speaker, to the Judicial Service Commission. And the Honorable Speaker, Judicial Service Commission is very important, especially to the judiciary arm of the government. The Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support especially the nomination of Isaac Ruto, the former governor of Bomet. Mr. Speaker, the man I know, whom we have worked together in many fields. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Isaac Ruto, when he was the chair of Council of Governors, the Honorable Isaac Ruto fought hard to make sure that resources and devolution worked, Honorable Speaker, especially at a very difficult time when we were implementing our first constitution, the 2010 constitution. Mr. Speaker, I hope the Honorable Isaac Ruto will go to the Judiciary and the Judicial Service Commission with the same strength and the same courage we see when he was the chair of Council of Governors to make sure that the Judicial Service Commission and generally the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, functions especially in defense of justice. Mr. Speaker, with Judicial Service Commission, we would also want to see that High Court's Honorable Speaker has established all across the sub-counties in the country. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the two commissioners. Thank you.
Member for Lugari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise to support the motion for appointment of the two. Mr. Speaker, I've had an opportunity to work with His Excellency Isaac Ruto. Two important things about Ruto: his independence of mind. The second point that I support Isaac for is that he's very meticulous and clear to detail. We have very few people who take time to read through documents word for word. Isaac is such a person. The Judicial Service Commission in Kenya has suffered because lack of a person who understands human resource management. I therefore support the appointment of a joker that she's going to bring into the Judicial Service Commission a competence that has been lacking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Toto. Okay. Give the microphone to the women rep for Bomet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I also rise to support the two members for their appointments. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support Mheshimiwa Isaac Ruto, having been served as the Member of Parliament for Chepalungu constituency. He was also our first governor in Bomet County. He was also the chair of the governors in the council. He has been serving as the minister. Mr. Speaker, I support the appointment of Mheshimiwa Isaac Ruto. I know he's equal up to the task and he has got the experience. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Thank you. The Honorable Kagusha. Honorable Kagusha.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. As a member of JILAC, I sat in the committee where we were able to vet these two candidates. And I want to confirm indeed, we found these two candidates suitable for this position as the commissioners in JSC. Honorable Ruto, as a former governor, seasoned civil servant, a person who has served this country at different levels, is indeed highly qualified to be a member of JSC, especially because he brings with him a wealth of experience and also is able to guide and able to also help this country in matters justice. And I'm sure that we're going to be in a good position when we have the former governor, Isaac Ruto, as a member of JSC. Honorable Speaker, we also have the young lady who also brings youthfulness in the JSC, and we are very happy that Caroline is actually a person who is very well experienced on HR matters. And as Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, in JSC we require to have a well-versed person with HR experience so that we can be able to equip and give personnel to all our courts across the country. As you know, this is one of the areas where we need to boost our justice system. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Member for Luanda.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
for the opportunity given to me. I rise to support the nomination of the two people having gone through the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs, Mr. Speaker. Judicial Service Commission is such an important commission because it is charged with hiring and discipline matters of officers in the judiciary. We need men and women who are independent, men and women of high integrity, people who can stand by their decision, Mr. Speaker. And looking at the people that have been proposed, one, Honorable Isaac Ruto, having been a member of this House, having stood or been part of the Council of Governors, and having been a leader in this country, Mr. Speaker, he comes out as a man who is an independent man, as a man who is above petty issues, Mr. Speaker. I therefore join my colleagues in supporting and appreciating the work done by the Departmental Committee and do support the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Rahim Daoud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support both the nominees, but especially the governor, the prior governor for Bomet, Honorable Isaac Ruto. Honorable Isaac Ruto has proved himself beyond reasonable doubts, and he will go a long way to work with my sister, the CJ Martha Koome, who comes from my constituency. I know they will hit it off, and I know when with Isaac Ruto there, the experience he has in the public service, he will do a good job there, Honorable Speaker, and as well as the young lady, Ms. Caroline, I believe she will infuse the youngness in the Judicial Service Commission. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I support and hope that we can work with both the nominees who will be there to support the JSC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alice Nganga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the two nominees, especially, Mr. Speaker, because the gender rule has been met here. We have a lady and we have a gentleman. A lady who is going to add value to that institution of JSC, as well as Honorable Isaac Ruto, His Excellency. Mr. Speaker, we know when the functions were being devolved at the county level, Honorable Isaac Ruto was the chair, and he made sure that those functions were fully devolved. And at that time, Honorable Speaker, he did not give in even to the pressure. He insisted that whatever was meant to be devolved at the county level went to the county. And he made sure that the Council of Governors, whatever they discussed and they deliberated on, was well established and it was well fulfilled. And they were able to engage with the national government at that level. So I know he's going to add his rich experience at the JSC. So these two appointments I support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Konga Samuel.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. First, I would like to support this motion. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak concerning the Honorable Isaac Ruto. Isaac Ruto, Mr. Speaker, lived in my constituency before he left for Chebalungu. I hear Honorable Mandasi claiming that he belongs to that place. His last post office address was 1073 Kipkabos, which is in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman, I've known him for some time. And while I was at the university, he was the director for USA. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the so-called chapatis were very popular with the students. And he ensured that we had chapatis every Wednesday. And Mr. Speaker, you can imagine how popular they were. But he ensured that we were served very well. So if you are looking for somebody with experience, Mr. Speaker, to serve, this is the man. Mr. Speaker, we are looking for a person who will go to the judiciary to ensure that this division that we have had between the judiciary and the legislature is completely removed, Mr. Speaker. we have suffered as a consequence of not having our own in the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, this is one man.
Informed by Robert Bukose?
Yes, in fact, he has good information.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to let Yepkonga know that we used not to call it chapati. It was called dialogue.
That's true, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Bukose has spoken for the first time. He always speaks, but this one is a better one. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the appointment of the Honorable Isaac Ruto. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Maklap, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the two nominees, especially Isaac Brono Ruto, a man that I have known to be very meticulous with the truth. Isaac Ruto takes truthfulness to judiciary. Isaac Ruto is a man of his own words, that I have known him even before I came to Parliament, that this is the right person to join the Judicial Service Commission with a young lady called Caroline Silani. So, Speaker, Isaac Ruto has served this country, he has experience, he has knowledge, and I hope he is going to inject judiciary with a mind of machinani, of devolving justice to our constituencies, to be able to complete the stalled high courts in our constituencies or in our counties. Isaac Ruto, when will be approved, Mr. Speaker, will be able to be the engine of judiciary together with the other team so that the justice are seen and to be done at the lowest level where citizens of this country will be able to get justice at their closed door. I am a believer of a man that is meticulous for the truth for Kenya, and I am sure judiciary has the right mind and the right experience to actually inject new energy for the survival of Judicial Service Commission. I end it there and say, may we rise to support the two candidates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jen Kihara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to support this motion where we have a veteran leader. You know, Isaac Ruto stands tall in leadership of this country at many, many levels. He was the first chairman of COG, governors. But what he did, in fact, Isaac Ruto, in his second term, he was elected unopposed because he worked so well, he was formidable, he made sure devolution worked. For the young lady, I may not know her, but I will support her very, very vehemently because we have had issues with gender balance in this country. So as long as we have a woman and this great Kenyan in the name of Isaac Ruto, I support the motion and propose hope that he is going to be as vigorous as he has been, because he doesn't mince his words. He talks what he believes in, and this is the kind of person we need. I support.
Member for Kwanza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and it is said that experience is the best teacher. I have known Isaac Ruto for quite some time. Politically, he's somebody who's very, very well versed, and I remember he has come up to my constituency. I went to his constituency, and when he stood for election, he went unopposed. This is a man who will bring a lot of wealth, a lot of experience to the department, and I think this House doesn't need to actually debate on him. I don't know about the other lady, but because Ruto is somebody we know very well, Isaac Ruto, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be able to just say let him go and bring experience in Chilak. With those few remarks, I support the motion.
Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the two candidates. And Mr. Speaker, I must appreciate you for allowing us to discuss these two candidates. Mr. Speaker, this is the role of the House. It is a debating institution. I do appreciate that. I support the two candidates. The report that we have got from the committee indicates that they fully qualify, both of them. As for Mr. Honorable Isaac Ruto, we all know his zeal. He worked very hard as the chair of the Council of Governors when devolution started, and we hope that we believe that he will bring the same vigor in the judiciary, except that in the Council of Governors, something that he should have done that didn't do was to actually establish the Governmental Relations Technical Committee, which up to now is not working efficiently and not working in harmony with the Secretariat of the Council of Governors. I think he should look into the judiciary, and should he find similar disharmonies, clear them out so that we benefit from his zeal and his expertise. I support Mr. Speaker.
Johanna Ngeno.
Thank you, Speaker. On the onset, I wish to support the two nominees, Speaker, to this particular position. Remember, Mr. Speaker, that the judicial system in the country at times faces some problems, and I believe the two nominees will help in correcting some of the issues that we have in the judiciary. Speaker, I personally know Isaac Ruto, who is a former governor of Bomet, as a diligent man, a straightforward person, and who understands the law, since he actually participated in the constitutional making of 2010. I believe the experience that he has, even including all those times he was working as a minister and a short stint and as a member of parliament, he has the capacity to help steer the Judicial Service Commission in the right direction and help actually in guiding the judiciary in their workings. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to state that I support, and I wish to thank you.
Hillary Kosgei. Yes, Roku, what is the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable John Angeno is a man who arrested police officers, 3 of them, on Saturday in Narok. Instead of him getting arrested by police officers, he arrested 3 of them.
What is out of order?
It's completely out of order, Mr. Speaker, to have such kind of behavior.
Order,
instead of him succumbing.
Order, Ruku. You have no capacity to rule any member out of order. That is the preserve of the chair. Hillary, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join other members, Mr. Speaker, in supporting the appointment of His Excellency Isaac Ruto and Madam Caroline Nzelani, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Isaac Ruto is a household name in this country because of the energy and commitment that he puts in whatever appointment that is given, Mr. Speaker. As the first governor of Bomet and the chair of the Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker, Isaac Ruto displayed leadership, Mr. Speaker, that is equally needed in our judiciary now. And Mr. Speaker, if there was a moment that the messes that are in the judiciary were to be corrected, they will be corrected under the leadership of Governor Isaac Ruto. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about Governor Isaac Ruto, but Mr. Speaker, Isaac Ruto is an illustrious Kipsigis son and a darling of the people of Bomet and Kericho County, Mr. Speaker, and therefore this is a very consequential appointment to our community. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Yes, Haika. Honorable Haika.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity. And from the onset, I also want to support the report. I want to support the two nominees. And I also want to speak about Isaac Ruto, having known him for some time. I know he brings a wealth of experience, and being the first chairperson of the Council of Governors and the governor of Bomet as well, we know he's up to the task, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the report and I support it. Thank you very much.
Edith Nyenze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to support the two nominees, Caroline Zilani and Isaac Ruto. First of all, I support the nomination because there is gender balance. There is, in the nomination of the two, there is gender balance, and therefore I support. Again, I support because Caroline Zilani is a professional who has done who was end of human resource management, and therefore it brings on the table the most management of the most important asset, which is human resource, or human is the most important asset in an organization. Therefore, I know that Caroline, with her experience, should be able to treat the people of Kenya with justice. And also the other thing why I support is because Isaac Ruto, having a person who has an independent mind, I pray that when he gets into this commission, that you bring continuous improvement and innovation in a judicial service commission, so that in this commission we'll see impartiality and independence of this JSC. Therefore, I support the nomination of the two. Thank you.
James Koyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to add my voice on top of my colleagues for supporting the nomination of Honorable Isaac Ruto and Madam Ajuoga for this illustrious position that they've been considered with. I remember Honorable Ruto will come in with a lot of value, being a man who has his own legs to stand on. He has demonstrated this, those who know him very well, even during the late Daniel Arap Moi's dispensation. He had really difficulties with the President Moi himself because he has his own decision to make. And even when the last two elections, he has refused, Isaac Ruto, refused to follow suit his Kalenjin community going into the same one direction, because the man of his own choice, his own legs to stand on. We have several challenges in the Judicial Service Commission, and we need people like-minded, like Isaac Ruto, to step in and add value. I support the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Koyo. Justice Kemei.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my support for the appointment of the two persons to the Judicial Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, I have read the report, but I know more about Isaac Ruto. Much as he has an independent mind, Mr. Speaker, this is one person who believes in consultative approach to issues. So I believe that special attribute, because my colleagues have mentioned about the rest, will make Isaac Ruto an asset in the delivery of justice in this country. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, and so as to give my colleagues the opportunity to also say something, I support. Thank you.
Honorable Melly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report, and more specifically of the two candidates, Honorable Speaker, because of I've seen and read the report by the by the committee and found out that actually the two candidates are very suitable. More specifically, Isaac Ruto, Honorable Speaker, is a household name in this republic, more so on devolution, on the issues of human rights and fighting for the rights of the devolved units. I thank you and I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, that Kirima? Oh. The member behind Rindikiri. Yes, give him the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity so that I can add also my voice and also say that GILAC have done a commendable job by nominating the two, Honorable Isaac Ruto and Caroline. I want to say that specifically Isaac Ruto, Mr. Speaker, is a man with a lot of experience. And he comes with a wealth of experience into judiciary service. And I know that he understands the dynamics even of this country. And whatever is going to be involved, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that he's going to perform to the standard. I know in this country, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of work, but especially a lot of cases that have actually piled up. And I know the judiciary have been trying to make sure that they tackle those cases. And Mr. Speaker, I know that with the coming in of Mr. Ruto, or Governor Ruto is going to do a lot with his colleague. So otherwise, I stand to support and say that GILAC have done a commendable job and support Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Is it Elgeyo? Yes, yourself, sir. Member for Bomet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to weigh in on this very golden moment whereby I beg to support also the nomination of Isaac Ruto. Isaac Ruto, Mr. Speaker, has been a very charismatic leader, and coming from my county, he has been a very perfect leader during his reign as the governor of our county. I want to say, Honorable Isaac Ruto has demonstrated very well his leadership from the time he became the member of parliament of Jabalungu, and he repeated again coming back as a member of parliament in the same constituency until he became the governor for Bomet. Mr. Speaker, Isaac Ruto also has demonstrated during the time when he was a governor that he was the first leader of the Council of Governors, and true to his agitation of the devolution, he led the governors in making sure that all the resources are devolved to the counties. I beg to support the two leaders who have been nominated, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yegon. Lisa Chelule. Okay. Give the microphone to Lisa Chelule. You are giving everybody except Lisa Chelule.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kunipatia nafasi pia kuunga mkono wenzangu ambaye wameunga hawa watendakazi wawili, Bwana Ruto na huyu msichana ambaye wako pamoja kututendea kazi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nasema hivi Bwana Spika sababu sisi wote tumepata kujua mheshimiwa aliyekuwa mheshimiwa Isaac Ruto wa Bomet wakati ingine alichaguliwa kuwa mjumbe, na wakati ambaye ilifuata pia akachaguliwa kuwa governor wa Bomet. Na kazi ambaye alifanya Bwana Spika ni kazi mzuri sana. Huyu ni kiongozi ambaye tunaelewa kwamba alikasa mambo ya ukatuzi sana. Ni kiongozi ambaye alitatua shida kule Bomet. Naelewa Bwana Spika, kuna siku moja kulikuwa na communities wawili walikuwa wamekosana upande wa Sotik, upande wa Porabu. Yeye ndiye alikuwa akiongoza maongeo katikati ya communities. Huyu ni kiongozi ambaye anaonekana hana mpaka kwa kazi yake. Kwa hivyo sisi kama wajumbe tunamsupport ama tunaunga mkono kiongozi ambaye ataunganisha watu wetu ya nchi yetu wa Kenya, na tunajua kazi ambaye atapatiwa atafanya kwa njia mzuri. Kwa niaba ya watu ya Nakuru na kwa niaba yangu mimi mwenyewe ninaunga mkono apate kazi. Asante sana.
Silvano Zosoro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support this report by the committee. Honorable Speaker, I happen to sit in that particular committee, and I attended all the sittings during the vetting process of Honorable Isaac Ruto and the other nominee. And what came out, Honorable Speaker, is that despite, there is a misconception about people who are actively involved in politics. Many a times the public tends to think that when you are actively involved in matters politics, you lose your professional line. But what came out during the vetting, Honorable Speaker, is that people like Honorable Isaac Ruto are professionals in their own rights. And when given an opportunity in a professional line, they will exercise their duties with utmost commitment, without bias, and with a lot of focus. And Isaac Ruto displayed such personality that is needed, and that vigor that is needed to revamp and to grow the Judicial Service Commission. And with that, Honorable Speaker, it's important for this House to pass them, and that can actually be seen from the overwhelming support that members are actually airing. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I support the report. Thank you.
Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion. And I like to support the JRAC committee for sitting down and coming up with this report and making sure that even the House, the character of people that they are proposing, they are people who are beyond. People like Isaac Ruto, he has been a member of this House, he has been a member of Parliament, he has been a governor of Bomet County, who has been really exhibited exceptional characters in terms of leadership, in terms of his support, and even in terms of supporting his people, Mr. Speaker. And I therefore would recommend, and I know that Honorable Isaac Ruto and Caroline Zilani will bring the judicial reforms that we have been expecting, especially in the judiciary, by making sure that, some of the cases that have been taking long, coming up with the reforms in terms of the judges, coming up with making sure that even those judges who are corrupt and who are not supposed to execute their mandate, and who prolong cases for the benefit, over their own benefit, Mr. Speaker, they'll be able to execute and make sure that they bring these reforms so that at least the members of our citizens can be able to benefit from the Judicial Service Commission and making sure that they streamline the judges and the judiciary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support.
I want to bring this to an end. I'll give the member for Manyata 1 minute and your neighbor from the Honorable Sigay 1 minute. 1 minute each. Give them the mic.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I rise to support the appointment of Honorable Isaac Ruto, His Excellency the former Deputy the Governor for Bomet, and Ms. Caroline Zilani in the Judiciary Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, the Judicial Service Commission requires new blood, and I feel Isaac Ruto has a lot to offer. We have seen his push when he was pushing for Pesa Mashinani, as he was calling it. And Honorable Speaker, it was something that captured the whole nation's eye, that he is a man of resolution, he is resolute, he can make decisions, something that the Judicial Service Commission requires at this time. I hope also, Honorable Speaker, he will bring in ideas of dealing with pending cases that have been affecting our judiciary system, that has backlog cases dating back to 1980s. And Honorable Speaker, we always need to put in new ideas in all these institutions that we have in this country. And Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Sigei, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I also want to add my voice on this motion. Mr. Speaker, I support these two appointments. But I know Isaac Ruto more than I know Caroline. Mr. Speaker, Isaac Ruto is a man of the people. Isaac Ruto is all-rounded. Isaac Ruto is robust, is brilliant. Whatever he has done in Bomet, people appreciate. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I know he'll bring in a lot of support, a lot of favors to this JSC, and I'm very sure he will be able to support us. Mr. Speaker, Isaac Ruto is a nationalist, and I'm very sure he's going to assist the JSC to have a different image and to support the local person down there. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Basil. Is that Basil or Oloj? Is it Oloj? Yes, there's a light behind you. I can't see you properly. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
1 minute, Wakili.
Thank you, Honorable Speakers. I support the appointment of Isaac Ruto. I'd like to remind him and his other appointees the reason why in the Constitution we put independent commissions and constitutional office holders, and JSC was supposed to be one of those that not only speak and act to balance power between the executive and also act as an eye for the ordinary people, but also to check and supervise and oversee the workings of a proper judiciary. Unfortunately, the judiciary, the JSC itself, has now turned into a trade union for judges, where it has become almost impossible to sanction and to remove errant judges. And I hope that this will be removed. He is one example that members of parliament within their ranks have professionals, are professionals in their own rights, and after parliament, there is life after parliament, and that people can serve with distinction, such as Isaac Ruto, in offices in the other lives. I want to wish him well and hope that he will not turn out to be like other persons we have appointed here under Salaries and Remuneration Commission, and turn out to be tormentors of the very members who appointed him. I support.
Mishimbogo, then Mova, get ready to reply.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono uteuzi wa Caroline na Isaac Kiprono Ruto katika huduma za mahakama tume hii, na niweze kusema uteuzi huu umeweza kuangalia jinsia, hivyo basi sisi kama kina mama pia tumeweza kushukuru sana. Na niweze kusema Mheshimiwa Isaac Ruto nilimjua alipokuwa mbunge na pia alipokuwa gavana, na utendaji kazi wake umeonesha ni utendaji kazi ambao hauna ubaguzi, utendaji kazi ambao uko na shabaha, na amekuwa kiongozi ambaye haogopi, na ni kiongozi ambaye uzungumza haswa hisia za ukweli na hisia zilioko katika moyo wake. Na pia naweza kusema ya kwamba dada yetu Caroline pia ameweza kufuzu vizuri katika tajriba ya kielimu, na pia hana dosari yoyote katika mambo ya uongozi na uadilifu. Kwa hivyo watu hawa wawili wakiwa katika tume hii ambayo ni muhimu sana iweze kuangalia mambo ya mahakama yaweze kupelekwa kwa njia ya kuweza kumsaidia Mkenya haswa katika mambo ya kisheria na haswa mambo ya hukumu, kwa sababu tumeona kuna dhulma nyingi sana ambazo zimekuwa zikifanyika. Watu wengine wanahukumiwa pasi na makosa, na wengine pia walio na makosa pia wanaweza kutumia njia ambazo si sawa ili kuepuka kuweza kuhukumiwa. Kwa hivyo mimi Bwana Spika, Mheshimiwa, naamini ya kwamba wateuzi hawa wawili haswa Isaac Kiprono Ruto, kwa Kiingereza watu wanasema ni no nonsense man, ni kiongozi ambaye akilenga amelenga na akisema amesema, na haogopi wala hatishwi wala hatingishiki. Kwa hivyo tunajua tume hii ya mambo ya huduma za mahakama itaweza kuongozwa kwa njia ya kufuata mujibu wa sheria za katiba yetu ya Kenya. Hivyo basi Mkenya anaweza kupata haki yake bila kudhulumiwa. Naunga mkono Mheshimiwa Spika.
Mover.
I can. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members for their meaningful contributions. Honorable Speaker, I further wish to remind the nominees that they should be guided by the tenets of natural justice when dispensing their duties. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I now put the question, which is taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as members of the Judicial Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 8th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 171 2H of the Constitution and Section 881 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as members of the Judicial Service Commission, JSC: Ms. Caroline Nzilani Kingoku Ajoga and Honorable Isaac Kiprono Ruto, EGH. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the speakers and public galleries the following institutions: Thindigwa Primary School, Kiambu; Kiamugumo Secondary School, Gishugu, Kirinyaga; Manyori Secondary School, Mbere South, Embu; Kibirigwi Secondary School, Ndia, Kirinyaga. On my behalf and on your behalf, I wish to welcome the students and their teachers in the House of Parliament. Thank you. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on standing order 33A. Honorable Speaker, to move a procedural motion that pursuant to standing order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business under order number 10, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the business appearing under order number 10. Honorable Speaker, this is to allow the House to transact the business of Committee of Supply until conclusion, so that we are able to finish today before the House adjourns. Honorable Speaker, allow me to ask the Honorable Abdi, member for Ijara, to second.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion for extension of time. This, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to transact order number 10, and hence to transact order number 10 to conclusion, and hence it will help us to supply resources to our ministries and state agencies. I support and second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business under Order number 10, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the business appearing under Order number 10. I'll now put the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before the conclusion of business under Order number 10, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the business appearing under Order number 10, Committee of Supply. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Thank you. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the upshot of that is that ordinarily you would stop and adjourn the House at 7, sorry. Should we get to 7 p.m. and there is still interest in prosecuting business under order number 10, we may be constrained to move on up to 10 o'clock. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of Supply.
I need the mic. It's okay. Okay. Order, members. Order. Order, members. We are now in the Committee of Supply to consider the estimates of recurrent and development expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024. That is order number 10.
The Executive, vote 1011, Office of the President.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 4,333,646,558 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1011.
Programs under the vote: Government Printing Services, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Government Advisory Services, and State House Affairs.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1011 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question for this one. I put the question that the programs under the vote 1011 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 4,333,646,558 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1011. Office of the President. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Order members, we know how to put points of order. I only have 4 interventions right now. Honorable Didmas Barasa.
Speaker, Madam Chair, we have always contributed to this Committee on Supply by pressing intervention. So by pressing intervention, it doesn't mean it's a point of order, but we just want to contribute either to support or...
Noted, Honorable Member. And I see that we have very many people on the normal requests. So I would ask that if you want to contribute on a specific vote, you put intervention during that vote so that we are able to tell what you want to contribute on. No, we are not going back to the vote for 1011. We have already dispensed. We are going to the next vote.
Vote 1012, Office of the Deputy President.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,738,659,404 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1012, Office of the Deputy President.
Programs under the vote, Deputy President Services.
I propose the question that the program under vote 1012 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved.
Put the question.
Chair, Budget Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. I beg to move that the program be amended as follows: that the schedule on the consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure report of financial year 23-24 and medium term be amended in vote 1012 under program 173-4000 Deputy President Services by deleting the figure Kenya shillings 3,488,259,404 shillings in column 7, that is gross current estimates, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 3,288,259,404. Madam Chair, the essence of this is that there was 200 million Kenya shillings under the Office of the Deputy President, which, Madam Speaker, we are only moving to the right department because it was for the Nairobi Rivers Commission, we are now moving it to devolution, Madam Speaker. That is the essence. And it's just about tidying up the entire estimates.
I propose the question that the program under Deputy President Services, Vote 1012, be amended as proposed. I put the question that the program Office of the Deputy President Services, Vote 1012, under Vote 1012 be amended as proposed. Okay, I put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. I now put the question that the program under the Vote 1012 as amended and sums allocated be approved. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,288,259,412 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1012 Deputy President Services. I put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1013, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Okay. I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 1,195,570,001 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1013, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Programs under the vote, Government Coordination and Supervision Services.
I propose the question that the program under Vote 1013 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs under Vote 1013 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,195,570,001 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1013, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1014, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 669,544,858 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1014, State Department of Parliamentary Affairs.
Programs under the vote, Parliamentary Liaison and Legislative Affairs, Policy Coordination and Strategy, and General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose the question that the program under Vote 1014, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Member for Mathare.
Madam Chair, I would like to confirm that your gadget there indicates that when we press intervention, we are able to make contribution. Madam Chair, you have just confirmed that part of this process requires that before the matter is called to vote, there should be contribution if there are any. We have been pressing interventions. I know I've done that for 3 of them, but it appears that the gadget there may not be reflecting. So could you confirm?
Thank you.
Please, thank you.
Honorable Member, I have actually just seen you right now. That's why I've called you. But as I had guided earlier, if you wish to speak on a specific vote, it is allowed after I put the question on the programs to have a debate on it. So you are actually at the right place. If you want to contribute on this one, please, but not on the previous ones that have been dispensed of with.
Madam Speaker, I would request that you allow us also to seek your eye, otherwise, other than the intervention, because I wanted to speak to 2 previous ones other than this one. I did not catch your eye. Allow us to catch your eye, otherwise, other than the button. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Luoch. Honorable Didmas Barasa.
Madam Chair, even as I support this allocation of this money to parliamentary affairs, I want to hope that the holders of this office are going to make good use of this house. They will engage us more, specifically on what is coming up that is good for this country, so that we continue to have a very good working relationship between ourselves and the executive to the benefit of the Kenyan people. I support, but I hope to see much more improved working relationship between the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, under which this department is domiciled, at this house. I support, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, we will take the shortest time if you get a chance for debate. Keep it at 2 minutes. Honorable member for Teso South. Are you willing to contribute on this one?
No, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, make our work easier. If you're not intending to speak on this one, withdraw your intervention. Then when we get to an area you want to make an intervention, you put back your card. Member for Yatta.
Madam Chair, my intervention is yet to arrive. Actually, I'm waiting for vote 1017.
We do not have Fuliza points of order and interventions. Member for Kearo. Yes, please clear the screen so that you're able to make progress. All right. I put the question that the program under vote 1014, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shilling 669,544,858 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1014, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1015, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 478,625,141 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1015, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management.
Programs under the vote: Public Service Performance Management and Delivery Services, Government Advisory Services, and General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose the question that the programs under Vote 1015, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management, and as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable Member for Sigowet Soin, Honorable Justice Kemei, we keep it at 2 minutes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll be very brief, and thank you for the opportunity you've given me. Madam Chair, I want to support, and as I do that, Madam Chair, I want us to realize that public service in this country, we must take the scale of service up to be comparable with those of the private sector and increase productivity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Saku.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This particular department is about the working of government and looking at the use of public resources in the most effective and efficient manner. This particular department is underfunded, but the funds or the resources that are allocated must be used properly so that government projects are seen and are completed in time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also of the opinion that actually this State Department is underfunded. This is the most critical department for performance. And in fact, performance contracting that in the past enabled superb delivery under the coalition government, it was because of the performance of this department. Therefore, the little money they have, I think they should put in place structures of monitoring and measuring performance so that each department is actually measured. What is measured will get done. I think that is what this department should do. But we should intend to finance it better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I have given a few. I know the main debate took place yesterday. We'll give the final one on this one. Member for Mombasa. If not there, member for Narok West.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza juu ya hii ya ofisi ya rais na State House. Naona kama ni kitu moja.
Na hiyo ishapitwa mheshimiwa, tutaenda kwa mheshimiwa wa Narok West tafadhali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want also to add my voice to the members who supported this vote. And as been said by my vice, we all note that it is underfunded. This is a very critical State Department of the government, because this is where all the state corporations lies under. And the turnaround of the economy of the country lies largely on the effectiveness of this State Department. So we support it. I support it.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put the question that the programs under the vote 1015, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 478,625,141 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1015, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1016, State Department for Cabinet Affairs.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 903,030,596 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1016, State Department for Cabinet Affairs.
Programs under the vote, Cabinet Affairs Services.
I propose the question that the program under Vote 1016, State Department for Cabinet Affairs, and sums allocated in the schedule, as read out, and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Member for Mathare. Microphone, please. Okay. Member for Kwanza.
I think now that we have approved this, I think it's quite good, and we look forward to the cabinet now to include the cabinet, the CS, yeah, which I think has been waiting for this, and that's assistant ministers, so to say, so I can be able to work effectively for this country. So I support.
Thank you, member for Kwanza. Member for Kimilili.
Chair, thank you. I wish to support and commend the committee for scaling down. If you look at the previous allocations, were very huge, going to billions, and we were aware that there were very few cabinet meetings that were being conducted. So I want to commend the committee for scaling down this amount of money, and at least at this time around, we see cabinet meeting quite often. I support Madam Chair.
Asante, mbunge wa Mombasa. Honorable member, I had guided the House. You only put an intervention if you're willing to speak or you intend to speak on a specific vote.
Wacha nasubiri inayofuata. Hiyo ishazungumziwa.
Asante. Member for Yatta.
Yeah. When I look at the cabinet affairs, the role performed by the Prime Minister tends to tie very well with the role of within the cabinet affairs. So I don't think we need to have that sum there separately. Either we merge with the money under the office of the Prime Minister or the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Otherwise, there is some element of duplication when you look at the two.
Thank you. I now put the question that the program under Vote 1016, State Department for Cabinet Affairs, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 903,030,596 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1016, State Department for Cabinet Affairs. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1017, State House.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 7,301,141,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1017, State House.
Program under the vote, State House Affairs.
I propose the question that the program under Vote 1017, State House, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Member for Kilifi North.
No, I'm okay, Chair.
I heard the honorable members. I already guided, will allow a few members to speak. Member for Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, it has come to my attention that State House, as you can see, has been allocated 7.3 billion, and we've already had the Office of the President at 4.3, and we've noted that there's the amount that has been allocated to the youth is only 3 billion. The money that has been allocated to education development for teachers is about, I think, 1.6 billion. So, Honorable Chair, the main issue that we have here is how can we explain to us, and I'm hoping you'll give the chair of the budget the chance to respond, that we seem to have the same office, the office of the president and State House. I don't see the office of the deputy president and the residence of the deputy president here. So how do you explain? Isn't this a double allocation? An honorable chair might not be familiar with how to propose an amendment, but I'd like to propose that we swap around the figures, that we give this figure to the youth, and the one at the youth, we bring it.
Honorable members, please note that the debate happened before this sitting for Committee of Supply, but I'll give a few more members. Member for Bumula.
Chair, I honestly don't understand why we should have 7.3 billion under State House and under Office of the President have 4.3, bearing in mind that specific departments in that under the Office of the President are funded differently. This is wastage, or someone is trying to be mischievous here. And I would call upon the Honorable Nyoro to just explain to us how does it happen? Because it would make sense if he would then not give money to specific state departments and they would draw from the Office of the President. There are so many problems in this country now. Your teachers are crying, you want to tax them more. Civil servants are crying, you want to take their money. And at the same time, you want to go and tax mamambogas. Where are we headed with these double allocations in one office?
Every member, maximum 2 minutes. Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I stand to support the allocation in the State House of 7.3 billion. I think some of the members who are contributing cannot differentiate between the Office of the President and the State House. State House is a seat of the seat of power for the country, and it must be well funded because this is hosting. It is a state, and you have several state houses. For your information, there is a state house in Mombasa, state house in Nairobi, Eldoret, Kakamega, where you come from, and it has staff, and it has to be maintained in a proper way. Office of the President, you have other officers who are working there, among them what we used to call provincial administration, who have to get their salaries from there, and chiefs who are from your area, and assistant chiefs. Many of these members are always asking for employment of assistant chiefs and chiefs. How do you pay them? You pay them through the fort of the Office of the President. It is not the fort for the State House. So I think we need to differentiate and be a little objective in terms of addressing the issues, not bringing trivial matters in as far as the Office of the State House is concerned, which is a seat of unity for this country. With those few remarks, Madam Chair, I support.
Member for Nyando.
Madam Speaker, firstly, thank you. I'm perplexed by the pedestrian way of distinguishing the two offices, as is exhibited by my colleague. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the President falls under the purview of internal security for the bigger part. And therefore, if there are monies to be expended that way, then it ought to be within that particular sector. Honorable Speaker, we all acknowledge that things are very difficult in this country, and therefore the need to come up with austerity measures. But if the Office of the President and State House by extension is taking more than double the allocation for last year, yet vehicles were left there new, employees have not been increased, why is this? Is this money that will be meant to buy loyalty from the opposition? And because that is exactly what has been happening lately. So therefore, let us convince Kenyans that this is the direction that the government would want to take.
Your time is up. Member for Kiharu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, members, for those contributions. Number one, we have enhanced the budget for State House because, Madam Speaker, we have to cover for a multitude of pending bills from the previous administration that was spent towards, Madam Speaker, the head of the last administration. And you know, in terms of our PFM Act, Madam Speaker, pending bills forms the first charge. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as a responsible committee, we had to respond to that. I will respond to the issue about money that was mentioned by Honorable Mwenje when we get to the education sector, because education sector is actually taking up a third of our budget, precisely 630 billion. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Member for Madeira.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I stand to support the allocation of these funds in the Office of the President and State House separately because, Madam Chair, these two offices have employees separately working in State House and in the Office of the President, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to give an example of the Honorable Mwenje who brought this discussion. He is vouching to become the next minority whip, Madam Speaker. He will have a separate car, he will have a separate office, he will have separate staff in the Office of Minority Whip, separate from his office of the Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker. This is exactly what is happening. The Office of the President has separate staff from those working in the State House, Madam Speaker. So we support these allocations, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Member for Aldai, we are getting to close on this one. Member for Aldai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support budget allocation for State House. And the reason being that we know that State House is a house which houses the presidency. And as we house the presidency, we need to give it budget. Remember that this same house will accommodate visitors that come from out. And these are visitors coming to Kenya to partner with us as Kenyans. So the Office of State House is different from the Office of the President because the Office of the President is where the official functions also happen, and they require staffing and require its functions also to be funded. Remember, the Office of the Chief, the Assistant Chief, and all those officers will be in the Office of the President, but State House is where we house the President and the Presidency, so that when they meet delegations from outside the country, they can host them, so they need to be adequately funded. I stand to support, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Ijara.
Madam Speaker, thanks for giving me this opportunity. Madam Chair, I stand to support the budget allocation for State House and the Office of the President. As we all know that the State House is a symbol of unity. It is a house that is hosting our President. It is a house that is, because of the status of the State House, we need to allocate more allocation, whereby we need to have proper service delivery. And as I also support the chair for budget. He said there are huge pending bills that was left behind, and the Kenya Kwanza government is ready to correct that mess. That is why you see a small increment of budget for the State House. So I support here to support the allocation of State House, and I say thank you very much.
We are getting to a close on this one. Honorable members, I will give the last chance to the chair administration.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think the majority has been said, especially by the leader, the chair of budgets. And I want just to tell the members, maybe members are mixing things. The money allocated to every vote follows the program. Like the money allocated to the State House, there's several directorates, more than 8, under the same office, to include actually the packages given to the retired president, including the chair of the Azimio party, which draws his retirement package from the same vote. Actually, to be too honest, it's too small actually amount allocated. So I support.
Thank you. The very last to the Deputy Majority Leader.
Chair, I would like to, there's a difference There are a huge difference between State House and Office of the President. The state of Kenya, as a unitary state, has its seat at State House, and they have several programs, including when we have visiting heads of states, they come through State House. When the president goes as a guest of state in another country, goes as a state, you know. But these presidents held at Harambee House, the office of the president at Harambee House, is where the head of public service sits. And the head of public service there and chief of staff has many programs that must be controlled from that end. So you cannot say State House equals Office of the President. They're different, they're distinct, and each deserves a budget on their own. And these are two different things. I thank you. Put the question.
Order, members. Honorable Mwenje. Order, members. Honorable Mwenje, you are right here and you know the situation, so don't shout from your seat. Honorable members, allow us to make progress. I put the question that the program under vote 1017, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 7,301,141,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1017, the State House. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1023, State Department for Correctional Services.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 35,837,200,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1023, the State Department for Correctional Services.
Programs under the vote: General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Prison Services, and Probation and Aftercare Services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1023, State Department for Correctional Services as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I have members who have indicated interest in this matter. I will give a few. Member for Butula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to comment on State Department for Correctional Services, which I think is underfunded, Madam Chair, because this is a very big department and does a lot of work. This department has been ignored to the point that the prison services stay in very dilapidated houses. So, Madam Chair, as much as we approve this, I would ask the Chair, Budget Committee, to look into this allocation in the future. Thank you.
Member for Kericho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to appreciate and support the allocation to this department, State Department for Correctional Services. Madam Chair, at the moment, the prison services have improved, and I want to believe with this allocation, it will improve the more. Social amenities, even food in prisons have improved. I'm only concerned, just like my other member has said, that in the near future we add allocation so that houses will improve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, I'll close that one at this point. I put the question that the program under 1023, State Department for Correctional Services, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. $37,200,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1023, State Department for Correctional Services. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1024, State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 11,980,797,341 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1024, State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services.
Programs under the vote: Migration and Citizen Services Management, Population Management Services, General Administration and Planning.
There is a proposed amendment. Chair. I propose the question that the program under vote 1024, State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Chair, budget.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I beg to move that the program be amended as follows: that the schedule be amended in vote 1024 by deleting the figure Kenya shillings 4,264,794,456 in column 6, that is gross estimates, under program 0605000, Migration and Citizen Services Management, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 3,514,794,456. That is A. B, deleting the figure Kenya shillings 1,125,000,000 in column 7, that is gross capital estimates, at the program 0605000, that is Migration and Citizen Services Management, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 1,875,000,000 Kenya shillings. The essence of this, Madam Chair, is that, as you are aware, and we stated that when we were debating the report, is that currently now we have allowed the migration services to also enjoy part of the money they collect through IGIE. Madam Chair, sometimes you go in regards to especially passports, some of the printers are not working, there are no papers, and therefore we have necessitated that department to draw some funds from the money they collect as appropriations in aid, so that, Madam Speaker, they can be able to be efficient. What we are doing is rearranging the 750 million Kenya shillings in IGIE, Madam Speaker, in regards to capital and recurrent expenditure. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we are only rearranging within the same vote.
Member for narrow request, you will support, but not at this point until I propose it. I propose the question that the program under vote program number 0605000, Migration and Citizen Services Management, under vote 1024, be amended as proposed. I put the question that the program Migration and Citizen Services Management under vote 1024 be amended as proposed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Okay, member for Jororok.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're out of order, totally. Honorable Kangogo. You're rigging the system. Member for Oljororok. We have a challenge with the technology here. Can you come to the dispatch box, Honorable Member for Jororok? We are having some challenges. We can see you on the screen, but some mics are not working. We'll use the dispatch box if necessary. Member for Jororok.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to support this allocation, Madam Speaker, because as we are aware, we are currently experiencing delays in terms of passport processing. It is our hope that once we approve this will be fixed and our citizens will be able to access the services of immigration in terms of passport in time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Budget, Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to support this amendment. As we are all aware, it's been taking very long for Kenyans even to get their passports after applying. There are Kenyans who have waited for close to a year. And we were informed that there are challenges in the equipment. The printers require replacement. Some of them are very old machinery. So this enhancement is very important so that that department has enough resources for them to procure the necessary printers so that Kenyans can get timely services and get their passports as soon as they apply for them, and so that they take the shortest time possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Buri.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I would like to congratulate the chair, because I think for the first time we have seen proper and prudent reallocation and the management of resources. I think we continue encouraging that where money is being collected at source, some institutions require a lot of support, and this is one of them. And therefore, Madam Speaker, this is very nice. We should encourage any institution where they are collecting money for better service delivery. Asante sana.
Thank you. Member for Roiro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I take this opportunity to thank the contributor who have just talked about the problems with the Ministry of Immigrants and Diaspora. Madam Chair, I'm in the Committee of Diaspora Affairs and Migrant. And Madam Chair, we are losing a lot of money because of those poor equipment which are not able to work promptly. Madam Chair, you find that we get people who want to go out there to work, then they need to have their passport processed, another document. And Madam Chair, I feel that this money, Madam Chair, is not even enough. In future, Madam Chair, we need to improve this money, because we need enough money for us to be relevant as matters diaspora. Thank you, and I support.
Member for Marakwet, Honorable David Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to support the amendment by the Honorable Chair and also support the vote as it is. Madam Chair, number one, it is prudent that where a ministry or an institution generates A in A, Madam Chair, it's been the practice that the Treasury takes the entire NA. Now with the amendment, I want to support that part of that money should be used by the ministry generating the A in A. Number two, Madam Chair, we have seen the problem in immigration. The problem of the lack of papers, the machines are down, there are so many backlogs there. And Madam Chair, even when you go down at the constituencies, you will find that birth certificates, death certificates in some areas, they say they don't have papers. I hope when we pass this amendment and also this budget, it will help them to make sure they streamline the service to the people of Kenya.
All right, honorable members, I put the question that the program under vote 1024, program 06005000, Migration and Citizen Service Management, be amended and sums allocated be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that the program under the vote 1024, Population Management Services and General Administration and Planning, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 11,980,797,341 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of votes 1024, State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services, with the proposed expenditure during the year 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1024, State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1025, National Police Service.
No, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 106,498,341,743 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1025, the National Police Service.
Program under the vote, Policing Services.
I propose the question that the program under vote 1025, National Police Service, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Member for Bumula.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to start by appreciating the good work that we experience from our brothers and sisters who are in police service. In my opinion, if you walk around this country, Madam Chair, a lot of police in this country don't even have housing. A lot of them their salary is very, very, very little. What I therefore expected from the budget committee is that we expected even a higher figure to go to them to try and enhance their housing, to try and enhance their welfare, and to try and raise their salaries So, Chair Budget, the Honorable Nyoro, expected a higher figure to try and at least bring these guys into being human beings. I support, but we increase the figure.
Member for Seme.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to appreciate that for the first time, the police service has a direct vote, which they control. Two, Madam Speaker, they should then make an effort to actually have programs so that it's easy to evaluate them. And three, they have big problems with the infrastructure. There are places where whole police divisions are actually in uni-huts, in tin huts. So with this money this time, we expect that their infrastructure, particularly offices and houses, should actually now be improved. Thank you. I support.
Member for Limuru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support this vote. Police, people who are very essential to providing security to this nation. Madam Chair, I see many of them not having appropriate clothing when they are going to work, walking to work also. So I hope that this amount of money will be used to address some of the pressing problems that the police have been facing. Thank you.
Finally, member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Chair. I want to support this proposal because, first of all, the police have now a fund that they can control. They can run their affairs quite well, and they will be actually having the enough resources that they cannot be under the control of quarters outside the police. Previously, the police were actually controlled by the political class and outside the police system. I support. Thank you.
I now put the question that the program under Vote 1025, the National Police Service, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 106,498,341,743 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1025, National Police Service. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1026, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 28,240,812,117 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1026, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration.
Programs under the vote: General Administration and Support Services, Policy Coordination Services.
I propose the question that the programs under Vote 1026, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Member for Luanda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to me. I look at the budget provided, Madam Speaker, and my concern is that we have lots of new administrative units that have come into existence in the recent past. And I do believe that the Budget Committee, while preparing the estimates, did consider that such administrative units may be given, or rather supported, so that they can be able to provide services to the new administrative units. Thank you so much.
Chair, banning issue.
Member for Fafi, Honorable Farah Yakub.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I rise to support the motion because there's need for increasement of government coordination. There's need for operationalization of sub-counties which have been gazetted some 2 years ago. Like my place, there's a place called Fafi sub-county which was operationalized 2017, and up to now the DC and everything are not there. They are there, but actually the staff to support them have not been recruited. There are no vehicles. There's also need for increasement of sub-locations and locations in most of constituencies and sub-counties. So my concern and my support for this, that there's need for increasement of Ngao activities in those areas, and increasement and giving a large amount of money or monies which are possible to support the coordination of such activities. I rise to support the vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Majority Whip, you are on my screen.
You can't cross.
Order members, member for Turkana Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to, first of all, support that we approve this allocation, knowing that there are new administrative units that are being created, and Turkana County is already a beneficiary of four sub-counties. Number two, there is an operation in the North Rift, which is one of our key agenda for those in the North Rift. And for us, we pray that enough funds are allocated to help those who are carrying out the operation in those areas be able to sustain the operation smoothly and to achieve the impact and objective of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support Chair and to really appreciate the work, but also to really request that as we do this, we will want to see more of our chiefs, and even as they do the work they are doing today, and we have so much insecurity, as we give them resources, we need to rethink also on their officers as much as CDF does, but also the ministry should now start thinking, because in some areas we don't have land with title deeds, and therefore they are in a very worse situation than in any other place, especially in Nairobi. Thank you, Chair.
Member for Kiamba.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support the amendment that the National Police Service should be given enough funds that they can be able to execute their national security issues in regards to making sure that, you know, even the police officers, they have vehicles to use in terms of even keeping the securities within our area. I therefore propose and support the amendment, this amendment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Naambia sasa mimi hivyo ndo nilijua na rudi studio enda studio.
Member for Samburu North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise to support the amendment in the hope that the NPRs who
actually
are bona fide police officers will also benefit from this increment in the allocation in a timely and fast and fair manner. I also support it in the hope that the administrative units which were not operationalized will get to be operationalized, because the administrative units were not operational since 2017 up to now, and there is very, very large
areas of land, especially in Samburu North, which don't enjoy government services because of the non-operationalization of this administrative unit.
All right. I propose the question. I propose the question that the program under vote 1026, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 28,240,812,117 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1026, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1032.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 1,971,120,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1032, State Department for Devolution.
A program under the vote, Devolution Services.
I propose the question that the program under vote 1032, State Department for Devolution, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Chair Budget, you have a proposed amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to request before, if you permit, before I move the amendment. Madam Chair, we respect all the opinions you have been receiving from these members. It has been a very interactive process. We debated exhaustively during the time we tabled the report. We'll have another opportunity next week to debate extensively also when we are doing the appropriations bill. So I want to indulge humbly the members of this House, checking on the pages we have and the votes that we have to check on today, Madam Speaker. At this pace, we may not do much. I wanted to request, Madam Chair, that the members permit, especially where there is no amendment, we can just have one member on this side and one member on this other side, Madam Speaker, then we progress. Then, Madam
Move your
Chair,
amendment. Move your amendment, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seek to move, or I beg to move the amendment, Madam Chair, that the program be amended as follows. In vote 1032 at the program 012000 devolution services, by deleting the figure Kenya shillings 1,678,120,000 in column 7, that is gross current estimates, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 1,878,120,000, Madam Speaker. The essence of this, Madam Chair, it is in the context of the other amendment that we 178 in regards to the office of the Deputy President, where we are moving the vote of 200 million, Madam Speaker, and consolidating the same to the relevant department, which is the devolution, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I propose the question that the program devolution services under vote 1032, State Department for Devolution, be amended as proposed. I now put the question that the program devolution services under vote 1032 be amended as proposed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that the program under vote 1032 as amended and sums allocated to be approved. I now put the question. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 2,171,120,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1032, State Department for Devolution. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1036, State Department, Assaults and Regional Development.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 15,697,690,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1036, State Department, Assaults and Regional Development.
Programs under the vote: Accelerated Assault Development, General Administration, Planning and Support Services. These two don't have an amendment, so we can just propose a question. These two programs, his amendment is on integrated regional. So I propose the question on these two. These two. Yes, this is where the amendment is.
So which one am I proposing? Or I propose the question that the program Accelerated Assault Development and General Administration, Planning and Support Services, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the program Accelerated Assault Development, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, under vote 1036, be amended as read, as proposed. I put the question that the programs Accelerated Assault Development and General Administration, Planning and Support Services, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. Honorable members, the only amendment we have is on program Integrated Regional Development. The other two have no proposed amendments.
Integrated Regional Development.
I propose the question that the program Integrated Regional Development under vote 1036, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Chair, budget.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I beg to move that the program be amended as follows: that the schedule be amended in vote 1036 by deleting the figure Kenya shillings 3,905,590,000 in column 7, capital estimates, under program 1013000, that is Integrated Regional Development, and submitting thereof the figure Kenya shillings 106,590,000. Madam Chair, the essence of this is moving some little money to the Assault Department to support other better programs.
I propose the question that the program Integrated Regional Development under vote 1036 be amended as proposed.
Kapis kadogo harea TikTok.
Honorable members, as guided earlier, if you have something you want to say on this one, you put the intervention. Majority whip. Is he there?
Koyo kidogo inagonga ni kimzungumkuti. Yo tuadhi studio tuweka na
okay.
Right. Wow. Tatuinere ni hako hai modora riboro boro ni roreko. Tatuinere kanini
I just support.
Tuinere runage koyo kiu.
Jisano eni egweta. Hurokete moko ine maku. Kido yodeni egweta.
In terms of the budget and stuff, it's important for us to review.
Tuinere runage koyo kiu.
Jisano eni egweta. Hurokete moko ine maku. Kido yodeni egweta. Keharewe.
I want to support.
Jisano eni egweta. Hurokete moko ine maku. Kido yodeni egweta. Keharewe.
The integrated regional development authorities still require more funding so that they be able to undertake programs that touch on the lives of people.
Eni egweta.
But I support. Thank you very much.
Wewe ni wegi kuyo. Bashoge wotu higani dia.
Nore kegwera noramenya no
Integrated regional development under vote 1036 be amended as proposed.
Jisano eni egweta. Hurokete moko ine maku. Kido yodeni egweta. Keharewe.
I now put the question.
Jisano eni egweta. Hurokete moko ine maku. Kido yodeni egweta. Keharewe.
I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 15,898,690,000 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1036, State Department, Asals and Regional Development. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1041.
I propose the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 144,943,160,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1041, Ministry of Defense.
Programs under the vote: Defense, Civil Aid, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, and National Space Management.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1041 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1041 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 144,943,160,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1041. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Wewe ni wegi kuyo. Bashoge wotu higani dia.
Nore kegwera noramenya no fundidwe roiboro wa French.
Question
na
toronejwe roiboro wa French. 19,717,170,000 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund.
Nore kegwera noramenya no fundidwe roiboro wa French.
Development expenditure
na
during the year ending June 2024 in respect of vote 1053.
Nore kegwera noramenya no fundidwe roiboro wa French na toronejwe roiboro wa French.
Gwini ne gospel
economic
commercial ina
Seigneur Cayetador espère toujours avec ton amour. No, no, French.
I put the question that the programs under vote 1053
you translate.
As many as are contra
no, umesema ni gospel.
Any gospel. Wewe jua tu iko na gospel hapo ndani.
Mundu wale yake faraja hapo ndikira. Mundu auka tudunia
717,170,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the current and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1053. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 1,314 million be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the current and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1054. I propose that the program under vote 1054 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved.
You translate. No, umesema ni gospel.
Any gospel. Wewe jua tu iko na gospel hapo ndani.
Mundu wale wale yake faraja hapo ndikira hau kiria. Mundu auka tudunia dini oneke.
And Madam Chair, if you look at the management of the affairs, Madam Chair, there are many areas where we are not represented. For me, I say this money is not enough, and in future we should add this money so that we are able to be compliant. Thank you.
Honorable Biti Zelachi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as we do this, we have to always appreciate what the diaspora has done also. But more importantly, to ensure that we have many of our embassies, housings that are very dilapidated, and most of them also in debt. Madam Speaker, there is need to see, as much as we are doing this, how are we ensuring also where the diaspora can walk in and find services is well resourced. So I support, but there is need to do a lot of things to ensure that what we give in is also there to support them and to ensure they have a place to enter as a Kenyan place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now put the question that the program under vote 1054, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 1,314,000,000 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent development and expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1054. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1064. State Department for Technical, Vocational Education and Training.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 28,323,796,448 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1064.
Programs under the vote: technical vocational education and training, youth training and development, general administration, planning and support services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1064 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Member for Emuhaya.
Let me appreciate, thank you, Chair. Let me appreciate the Budget Committee for having increased this vote to deal with the TVETs. But as we do that, I hope the increment in allocation will facilitate now every region to get a TVET. But above all, to have those TVETs get facilities and equipment for them to operate, because currently they don't have the facilities. I also want to appreciate that the remuneration for the TVET teachers was really improved, and I want to appreciate, but there's still room to do more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member for Bumula. Okay. Not on this?
No, next.
Member for Mathare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have looked at the figures that have been allocated to this, and my comment to this is that the figures are way below, taking into account that we still have a lot of constituencies that are yet to have TVETs, including Homa Bay Town, and Honorable Kaluma here confirms. There are also places where TVETs have been done to a certain level, and funding has been coming in bits and pieces. And given what this government has said they want to do with SMEs, small businesses, employment for young people, skills acquisition can only be achieved if you put money, and I see the Honorable Majority Leader agreeing, you put money putting like Mathare one, and Homa Bay one, and all the others that have not taken place. So I want to suggest that this should have been enhanced. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Chair, and I also rise to support. And I fully agree and concur with what the member for Mathare has said, that we must allocate money to complete the TVET in Mathare constituency. Specifically Mathare, Honorable Speaker, because it is one of the constituencies in this city that has a lot of young men and women who would benefit from the skills being taught at our TVET centers. Honorable Speaker, it's rather sad that in the last regime,
Member for Nyeri, I see
under
your
the
hand.
handshake
Please
regime,
don't lift up your hand. I can see you.
Honorable Chair, this particular vote suffered immensely out of politics, Honorable Speaker. And money was being removed from this particular vote with the apparent reasoning that it was William Ruto, then Deputy President, who was pushing through the agenda of TVETs. And I am glad that today, as a House, we rise to the occasion to realize that this was not a William Ruto agenda. This was an agenda for Kenya, an agenda for our young men and women who languish in poverty because they cannot access employment opportunities or even employ themselves because they lack the requisite skills. The housing agenda, Honorable Speaker, that we are about to roll out with the introduction as envisaged under the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, will be powered by this investment in our TVET institutions. And Honorable Speaker, last week I had a very senior member of this House, who we have been in this House for 3 terms with, asking his constituents that building of houses cannot create jobs. And he led a chorus asking, how will houses create jobs for lawyers, like the Honorable Kaluma? And Honorable Kaluma knows that lawyers get jobs in housing through conveyancing. He was asking, how will engineers get jobs through housing? And engineers, like Engineer Kirago here, will tell you that civil engineers, mechanical engineers in plumbing and installation of lifts, electrical engineers will all access job opportunities. And I'm glad, Honorable Speaker, that we find convergence with my brother, the member for Mathare, on this particular issue of TVET. And I can see the member for Homa Bay Town is also itching to contribute to it, because it is such an important agenda for our young people. And I do hope and pray that even as we begin the debate on the finance bill, we will appreciate that these votes that we are supplying money to today will have to be financed through the finance bill by raising money from the Kenyan people through taxation. And therefore invite the Honorable member for Mathare to also be very active tomorrow and the day after during the finance bill debate to contribute to ensure that we not only supply money to these votes, but we raise that money to be able to change the lives of the people of Kikuyu, Mathare, and the young men and women of our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Member for Kuria West. And for those who are coming in as the committee of supply is going on, we agreed we use the intervention button for this specific, if you want to speak to a specific issue, so that I'm able to pick you. Member for Kuria West, Honorable Matthias Robbie. Sorry, your microphone is becoming a moving target.
French na todo ne joe rwimbo rwa French gwinire
ne gospel
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. Also, I stand here to support the allocation for technical vocational education and training. We know this has uplifted many of our students. So I stand to support, and we know if this even can be increased so that it can support our people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Nyeri, Honorable Rahab Mukami.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to support the TVET because we considered that many TVET colleges, many of them have stalled. The buildings are not complete, and the ones which are complete, they don't have training materials. And it is one of our agenda in our manifesto, and we want to make sure that our young people are going to Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Masinga.
Tuadhi studio, tuweka na...
Thank you.
Sijui kutranslate.
Umesema ni gospel.
Ni gospel, we sijui. Liure.
Because this is where our young people are getting the skills. And I'm a proud member of Parliament to announce that we produced the best students who was in Kenya actually, and was able to be sponsored by the Chinese government to go and further the studies.
Hurokete moko
ni hako hai modorari goroboro niroreko tafinere kanini kegiro.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker. Tuinera runage koyokiu.
Jisano eni egweda
member
hurokete moko ine maku. Natuge mi hata hizo the verse yesterday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to rise to support this. The State Department who need to be skilled.
Hurokete moko ine maku. Kidoyo deni egweda.
With the housing development, we need a lot of plumbers, a lot of builders. So that actually will actually not lack the skilled manpower too. It will also be essential that this country there was a visit by the Germany and lack of and actually we need to produce enough manpower to
Gutemo koine maku. Kidoyo deni egweda. Keharewe.
Thank you for giving me the last
wewe ni wege kuyo bashoge wotu gigani dia
nore ke gwera noramenya no fudidwe rwimbo rwa French na todo ne joe rwimbo rwa French gwinire
ne gospel
Madam Chair, the current
And on those visits in my absence,
Seigneur, je t'adore, espère toujours de qu'est-ce avec ton amour.
And you know what that means?
No, no, the
All
French.
these young people are there, idling, not trained, jobless. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the people of we give this particular vote, not only this money,
You translate.
we give it. And Madam Chair, let me
umesema
underscore that
ni
once this
gospel.
money is
gospel,
applied,
wewe jua
I'm
tuko na
tired of
gospel hapo
visiting
ndani.
the Ministry
Mundu
of
wothe warega
Education and
gifaraja
particularly
twandikire
this
hau
department.
kiria mundu uyu
Over
auga
that
tudunie
they
ndine
really want to avoid it. Just honor the word of the president so that the people of Omagui
Seigneur,
those young people
toujours.
want to be trained. Madam Chair, otherwise I fully support.
Thank you. I now put the question that the programs under the vote 1064, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding 28,323,796,448 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1064. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1065, State Department for Higher Education and Research.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding 128,603,869,981 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1065.
Programs under the vote: University Education, Research, Science and Technology and Innovation, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1065 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. There is a proposed amendment. Honorable Wamboka, member for Bumula.
Chair for PIC Education Governance. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be amended in vote 1065 by deleting the figure 124,039,641,117 in column 6, gross current estimates, under program 0504,000 University Education, and substituting thereof the figure 123,439,641,117, and B, deleting the figure 3,455,000,000 in column 7 in gross capital estimates under program 0504,000 University Education, and substituting therefore the figure 4,055,000,000. Madam Chair, the intention of the proposed amendment is to reduce Kenya shillings 600 million from the allocation of GOK-sponsored students who are admitted in the private universities and reallocate the same amount, 600 million, for infrastructural support for public universities. Honorable Chair, we all agree that our public universities are struggling due to underfunding, which also affects their ability to expand and rehabilitate the existing infrastructure. This has in turn compromised the quality of education which is being offered at our public universities. Honorable Chair, the 600 million, though not adequate, will go a long way in supporting the selected key universities, that is Moi University, Egerton University, the University of Nairobi, Chuka University, Masinde Muliro, Masai Mara, and Kibabi University, which have serious infrastructural gaps, and Tomboya in Homa Bay, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the allocation to private universities in the last 5 years to support government students admitted there has been surrounded by gray areas, which as a house we should not allow at all. There are a lot of inconsistencies in this support to private universities, which could possibly lead to loss of public funds. Honorable Speaker, we are also making a pronouncement that as a house and as a committee, that no new allocation to private universities should be made by the National Treasury without the express approval of this House, Honorable Chair. And that one, I repeat. We are making pronouncement that as a House and a committee, that no new allocation to private universities should be made by the National Treasury without the express approval of the House. Honorable Chair, the National Treasury should also not use Article 223 Avenue to allocate any further resources to private universities until all the gray areas surrounding this funding are addressed and a go-ahead to allocate is granted by this House. And I think on that, Honorable Chair, the Majority Leader will help us to ensure that they pin down the CS Treasury to adhere to this.
Wind up, Honorable Member.
My committee of PIC Education and Governance has resolved to order for a forensic audit to be undertaken on this allocation.
Order, member. Please do not put a motion. Please wind up on the amendment.
I beg to move.
Yes.
And I welcome...
No, it doesn't need seconding. Please take your seat.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Member, I'll give the chair for education.
Thank you.
Wait,
Chair.
Honorable Member, wait, hold on. I propose the question that the program University Education under Vote 1065 be amended as proposed. Now, Chair for Education, you have 2 minutes. We agreed 2 minutes maximum.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me commend Honorable Mboka for moving this amendment, and I want to support it. Honorable Chair, the Education Committee looked into the State Department and the MDS. And we went through every state department and realized that there are certain government agencies, actually departments that actually waste public funds. One of it is the government allocation to private universities. You'll realize that when we went through, they have no correct figure of the students. And when we went down to find out, the number of students in those universities are actually less than what we have. That is why, Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair, we actually went ahead and asked the universities to give us the actual students, the numbers, and the admission numbers in those particular universities. They could not. In fact, the national universities or the public universities have been suffering a lot of underfunding because of influence peddling by the private universities, and they get more funds than they do require. In fact, when we went ahead, they had been allocated 4.2 billion. And yet this year, they have no first years. Last year, they had been allocated 3.2. So they have been allocated 1 billion more. When we investigated that, we found out that the student population is less than what they actually given out. And up to today, they have not given us the list of the students, and they do not even want to have that. Two, look at the state universities or the public universities like Moi, Egerton, and all the others, Masinde Muliro, where we've allocated those resources. They are critically underfunded. All those can actually be salvaged by actually making sure that we do a forensic audit of what we have been given private universities, find out how the money has been utilized for all the years, especially the 5 years they have been allocated, so that actually we make value for the money that we have given. Thank you, and I support.
Member Fonjoro. Member for Njoro not ready. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to support that particular amendment. And I like the wording by the Honorable Amboka that even the National Treasury be debarred from allocating further resources to that vote for private universities, Honorable Chair, without the prior approval of this House. And it is time, Honorable Speaker, that this House took its work seriously, Honorable Speaker, because we pride ourselves as a budget-making House, but we continuously allow the National Treasury to abuse our mandate by allocating money through under Article 223 without being verified, Honorable Speaker. Last week, Honorable Speaker, the CS education was right here. And remember, you remember, Honorable Speaker, me putting it to the CS, that there are indeed cartels that have taken over the running of the State Department for University Education. Honorable Speaker, it is surprising if you looked at the documents that were tabled by the CS. Mount Kenya University is being allocated in the last financial year a figure of 731 million when Karatina University is down on its knees. Egerton University, Honorable Speaker, is being closed down. The same with Moi University. Our premier university, the University of Nairobi. Yes, it is the University of Nairobi. You know, Honorable Speaker, I went to the University of Nairobi. And the university, Mr. Speaker, the premier university, which I am sure you also attended, Madam Chair, is also on its knees financially. It is immoral. It is unethical of us as leaders to be allocating money to private businesses in the pretext, and I say this without flinching an eyelid, Honorable Speaker, in the pretext that we are funding university students, what we call publicly funded university students in private universities. I did put it to the CS here last week, Honorable Speaker, that until they give us a forensic audit showing us who are these students in these private universities. If you go to some of these universities getting 700 million, Speaker, this money is being allocated to mere numbers, not students. There are no students in classrooms. Honorable Speaker, look at the figures going to Kabarak University. And when we spoke about state capture in this country, people thought we were playing around or we were just playing politics. State capture is real. Business people have taken over the running of government ministries. Business cartels have taken over the work of legislating and appropriating resources on behalf of the people. It is you members here who are charged with that responsibility of appropriating money, not business people out there who are appropriating money for profit, not for public good. Honorable Speaker, we must now rise to the occasion and appropriate money appropriately for public good, not for private profit. Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment, and I want to re-emphasize that the National Treasury must not allocate any further resources to the State Department for private universities without the prior approval of this House, so that the forensic audit we sought from the CS is tabled before this House. It is checked by the Public Investments Committee in charge of education, which the Honorable Amboka sits in, and I am glad that the Honorable Amboka, being, I think, is even the chair of the Public Investments Committee in charge of education, has taken up this matter with the energy that it deserves. And Honorable Amboka, I want to encourage you, that is what is meaningful oversight. Oversight in government is not shouting in funerals. It is doing what you are doing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Before we put out the question, I'll give the member for Dagoretti South.
Madam Chair, because I wouldn't want to delay anyone on this debate, mine is to support the amendment. And Madam Chair, why it is important to support this amendment is because we as Kenyans already know what happened to health services in this country. The moment we support private entities at the expense of public entities, that is the day we start walking down the road of killing our public entities. Government's work is to support public institutions, public investments, public entities. Government is not here to support private entities. So, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the mover of this amendment, and I support it, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Reading the mood of the House, I put the question that the program University Education under Vote 1065 be amended as proposed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I put the question that the program under the vote 1065 as amended and sums allocated be approved. I propose the question that the programs Research, Science, Technology and Innovation, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 128,603,869,981 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1065. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1066, State Department for Basic Education.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding